He's doing it well.
Do you want me to set this as like here's an option A is Saturday, here's option B Sunday, or just like whatever time works on that specific day? Okay.
Also, the reason why I said it, this is better than 7 is because I've already played OG7, which is and I had its own issues with that OG7. But yeah, honestly, I had a good time with the game. Thank you, Ash.
Later, bud.
Later.
Later, Cad.
では前に出ます。
In your head, zombie, 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 Hello, everybody. Hope everybody is doing good today. Deontay, thank you for the 63. And I just got the tweet live. Do me the favor, go give it some love. Let me get my phone plugged in and grab you guys the sauce, and then we're good to go. Oh, I need to put this in the Okay. That. Hello, General. Hello, Kaiotsu. Hello, Yugi. Hello, Master. Okay. I think we're good to go. How's it going, everybody? Here is today's artwork. Go give the artist some love. Lotto will find cat. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about that on Wednesday, like when the news first broke. Like, I think the thing that's like absolutely just frustrating. And actually, I got like 45 minutes here. I gotta do 2 more runs on an A because this morning, without thinking, I just made blue apples when I woke up, and I went like, oh crap, I actually hadn't done my 3 runs. We'll get that right here. That was the break. What break? The break between lottos? Yeah, so today was my last day at work. We are starting vacation now today. Which the world really tried not to let me. All of my like continuing education was like due on Monday, and turns out they like changed our reporting requirements so that we have to manually report it all. So I had to like go in and like for like 40 different classes, type in all the info, say how many hours it was, like when I like completed the class, what today's date was, like everything. Okay, I had to go through and do all this crap and basically do it all by hand. In the past, it has been an automated process, but I guess the state passed a new law where it's like, hey, you guys aren't doing something, so we need you to manually report it all. And it's like, look, I get that, but that's just such a pain in the ass. I don't think anyone wants to do that. It's like, why can't you just have the like institution report the CPE credit? I've done the same twice. Yeah, it's just oof. Do we know what mats we're gonna get with the lotto yet? No, we don't know anything about the JP lotto. We only know the date, which there is a live stream. I'm sure Trubs is covering it because I was talking to him today about it. He said he's got to work a like 12-day like shift basically because of it, like 12 days in a row with no day off, which is just oof. But again, it's a lotto. I'm actually prepped up on JP. I have something I have to show you guys that we got done. But I'm good now. I've emptied my mailbox as much as I'm comfortable with, if that makes any sense. And we are heading towards anniversary on JP, so I actually don't want to empty it too much. But it is what it is. Yeah, so I've started vacation today. I've already got some. I literally like have a like laundry list of things that I need to do and get done. I tried to like do everything I possibly could at work. I like put several notes on people's desks saying like, "Hey, this is unfinished, unresolved. Like, deal with this." Blah 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 blah. Because it was funny because I was telling people the other day, it's like everything. Like everybody else has been on vacation now, and they keep already giving me crap that I'm taking off. And I'm like, yeah, but meanwhile, everybody relies on me to do the crap that they need done when they're off. And then now I'm off and no one wants to handle anything. And I'm like, no, that's not going to work. Like, y'all can give me all the crap you want, but someone's going to do it. And it's not going to be me because I'm not going to be there. And it's funny because like I kept getting crap from the other senior, basically being like, "Oh, hey, are you oh, you're going to be off on Monday?" And it's like, "Yeah, that's what I told you." It's like, "Oh, are you? But you're going to be back then, right?" It's like, "No, I'm going to be gone for like 2 weeks. Sorry, deal with it." So like they were just giving me all sorts of crap with it, and I'm just like, no, it's not happening. But the office should be good, should be situated for right now. Let's let that rot for a little bit here, because if I spend all my AP now, I'm not going to get credit after the 8 p.m. reset here. My mailbox on NA is kind of full, which we do have anniversary coming up, but I'm not super worried about it. Most of my slots are clear on that, but this is also why I'm sitting on all these rewards. Just because it's like, yeah, until I actually have a new unit to level, I can't spend down my my stuff for right now. So this is what it is. How's it going, Okeanos? I think my computer sent me a Morse code message when I switched programs. I see. Hello. Happy Friday. Yeah, it's a really happy Friday for me. It feels like my first Friday in 6 months. I don't know what that is. I've never gotten this message before. Someone tells me this is just like some sort of announcement? Because it's just a confirm. It's not a yes or no. Is it Reggae Hotel California? Yeah. Don't forget you're also getting gifts on any pre-campaign. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. I should be fine. Oh no, the moon language? Yeah, I don't know what it is. So chat, behold, but behold. Let's go with hardest. I'm in trouble? What do you mean? Like, yeah, I haven't wasted any storm pods. Oh right, I can't turn storm pods on because they're required. I was sitting there thinking it's like, oh, I gotta go turn that back on. It's not a thing. Hello, Aaron. How's it going? The message was about storm pods? That's so weird though, because I've never gotten that before. And I've hit max storm pods before, so maybe that's like a new warning message they put in. You don't need to worry about my charge now? Thank you. I appreciate it. Honestly, I think between Asterios and mine, I'm kind of capable of one-shotting, so it's not like really not a huge deal. It's telling you that you're close to cap. Okay, good. Impossible, only 60 imposter CAD? Sorry, 60 what? I'm so confused. It happens on an A too. Weird. Yeah, I was gonna say, because like admittedly it's been a hot second since I've been at 9 out of 9 storm pods on JP, but it's definitely not the first time. Like, and I always calculate it to be as such. The mail? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's only 60. And what's hilarious, chat, if you go look, like unironically, if you go look at how many embers are in my mailbox, it's still astounding. Still. Like, see, here we go. It's gonna be a solo. Let's actually no. There. Hard to think he's that young. Yeah. 60 years young. I wish. Darius went to Bond 11 so fast thanks to Grand Duels. Oh yeah, like you guys have seen. I've seen people that have like absolutely like just ground out characters on this. I don't actually farm it that much. And part of the reason is I don't really need to. It's not like a like, oh my god, I got to do it type deal. It's nice to do. This is good opportunity, so I go ahead and do it, but it's like literally my account is fine regardless. Me either. Rather pop apples for lottos. Yeah. To some people, this is a lotto. Like, because you get the. How should I put it? Because you get the like the statues and the monuments from this. This is probably the closest thing that people will ever get to a statue lotto. And I'm going to say this, people asking for a statue lotto now, I hate to break it to you, I can almost guarantee you're not getting one. Like, just because of this. There'd be no real reason for them to do both. You know what? F it. Give it to mine and let's see if I can one shot. I'll put the other one behind it just in case. Hello, ACH. Hello, Robo. They could add permanent missions that give Saint Courts on Annie for Grand Duel class score. Saint Courts on Annie for Grand Duel class score. I wouldn't be surprised by that. You know, I was talking about this the other day that like you have all these treadmills that exist in the game. You know, like essential materials are a treadmill. They've added more systems to the game to try to give people that are already complete with some of the treadmills more to do. One of those, for example, would be class score. Another one would be the appends, right? So I think they kind of know that most people are quote unquote done. And I suspect that what's going on is that they are using the grand system both as a hype mechanism and as a like stopgap. It is designed to tide us over until we get to whatever the new treadmill is. And that makes perfect sense if you think about it. Because obviously for part 3 they're going to have to do something. They're going to have more. They're going to have a whole lot of stuff. And you know, I've seen people talking especially of late, right? Cuz whether or not people realize it, this always happens in the community where it's like, "Chat, what's going on right now in FGO?" Nothing, right? Like NA is kind of just sitting there waiting for its anniversary. JP is waiting until the lotto. Everything that we kind of had to do is old news and done now. So there's not a whole lot going on. And every time this happens, the community likes to turn inward and cannibalize. It'll create drama. It will have people at each other's throats because of it. It will literally just like sit there and be like, oh, FGO is dying. FGO is bad. Like the doomers will come out of the woodwork. Okay. And like, for instance, one of the recent ones I saw was like, basically, oh, hey, like Comic-Con's coming out and like here's all the like registered artists by like their genre, and people are making a big deal over like who's out on top. And I'm like, do you know what's so funny is I want you guys to think about this. How did they get that list? Who compiles the list of artists, and what their major gacha game is. Did you ever think about that? So, the more you think about that, the more you realize that falls apart, and it probably comes down to whoever the fuck is creating the list. For instance, chat, I've had many art pieces done by Shiki over the years. Shiki's a fantastic artist. Shiki is somebody that loves to draw Lartoria. But I guarantee you, if I were to go look at that list and find Shiki on there, Shiki is probably listed under like Nikkei, Azure Lane, something like that. Blue Archive. Why? I don't know. That's just whoever makes the list dictates which one the artist falls under. Because the reason that's a load of bullshit, go to any Comic-Con, go to any like convention where there's artists selling their stuff. Are they selling all one thing? Some might. The vast majority don't. They're absolutely selling a whole bunch of different things. Why? Because that's how artists are. They're just being opportunistic, right? So it's like, you'll sit there and you'll see, it's like, oh my God, we have so many like Blue Archive, we have so many Nikkei, we have so many Azure Lane, we have so many Genshin Impact. It's like, it really just boils down to whatever the heck the artist like worked on recently or something. I don't know. Like, I have no idea how they come up with the list. And what was funny is the list, at least that I saw, was like, I think it was like Blue Archive on top. Was it Uma Musume second? And then third was Gacha Other. And it's like, hold on, how is it that third on the list is Gacha Other? Because you have some of these that are on the list and it's like, oh, there's like 50. And I'm like, what the heck is Gacha Other? Because I noticed one of the things that wasn't listed on that listing that I saw, there was no MiHoYo game. And I'm like, I don't know about that. Like, look, y'all know I'm not a MiHoYo fan, but like, it's somehow not present at Comiket within the top 10. Yeah, okay, sure. Okay, sure. So again, whoever the fuck made that list, it's just crap. But like I said, that's the community. And so like I saw people being like, oh my God, like look at the list. FGO's not in the top 10. And I'm like, I don't know who the fuck made that list. That list is total crap. But okay, yeah, maybe FGO has waned in popularity. Does that mean FGO has got a problem? Does that mean FGO is dying? Does that mean FGO's in a bad spot? I mean, maybe it's worth a discussion, but I don't think it's something that it's like, oh my God, we need to like doom and gloom over. The game is about to celebrate its 10th anniversary. That is a milestone that most of these games will be lucky to ever reach. And I think it's great. And I think dooming and glooming at this point, when if anything we should be celebrating, is just stupid. Frankly speaking. I don't know why it is this way, but we always see this happen at this time of year. The good news is we are going to pop off here literally in like the next over the next month. Okay, we're going to have a Lotto, we're going to have NA anniversary, we're going to have JP anniversary, we're going to have JP summer. Okay, all of that's going to cause us to pop off. I guess NA summer will be in there somewhere too. And will we be top dog during that time? I don't know. Will it matter? No. Because chat, the only thing that matters with this game is if you're enjoying it. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. Unfortunately, I have to say this, that the gacha community as a whole is a cult of popularity. And to a degree, someone should call people out for this. That like, again, like today, instead of everybody discussing Uma Musume, I started to see a whole bunch of people discussing the Persona Gacha game that's out now. And I'm like, I get people like Persona, but how many times have I seen a Gacha game come out and it's like the flavor of the week and it flares out like almost immediately? I'm not going to say it's going to happen to Persona, but it wouldn't surprise me. And I noticed like there's always this full court press to get everybody to play the next Gacha game. You can do that. There's nothing wrong with it. But don't expect everybody to follow you. Don't expect it always to be a thing. Because at the end of the day, whether or not a game lives and dies will depend entirely on the devs and the community. If the devs take care of the game well, the game will do okay. If the community actually is vibrant and loyal, the game will be okay. Where the game won't be okay is when it is the flavor of the week. When everybody tries to debate everybody into playing a game that's not good, and it flames out, and everybody just moves on to the next one. And that's what's stupid about the Gacha community. And I see it all the damn time. So, I don't know. To me, you can choose to be one of those people that hops between games, or you can choose to be somebody that just enjoys the games they play. I get that it sucks maybe if like your friends are all playing another one and you're not. But I'm also going to say it's like, kind of you are the company that you keep. If you have friends that just gacha hop constantly and you feel bad about not doing it with them, that's kind of on you. You've chosen to have those friends and they are always going to be those fickle people that keep doing that. Or you could just make friends that are actually like playing the game you like, or you can, I don't know, not play gacha at all and make a completely different set of friends. All those options are available to you. So to me, I always just look at it as like, am I ever threatened by any other gacha game's existence? No. Am I ever like really wanting to like try out another gacha game? Sometimes I have interest in them depending on like what they're doing differently or what the IP is. But I think with each one I've ever gone into, and you guys will remember, I always basically tell you guys, it's like, yeah, I don't know how long I'll play it. I go into it with the full understanding that it's probably a temporary thing. In some of the cases, I spent money on them. Some of them I didn't. And I try to give them the earnest college try to try to make sure that I commit to it and play it as if I would normally any other game. But if the game is just not that good, if the game isn't run well, if the game nickel and dimes me, if the game tries to shackle me to it and make it so I'm constantly having to do stuff, and like to a degree, every live service game does it some. It's like I guess I'm okay with some, but there's a point at which like you hit the tipping point and it's too much, right? So it's like at the end of the day, I just choose to remain loyal to FGO because FGO. I'm not playing FGO because it's a gacha game. I'm playing FGO because it's Fate. And this is going to be astounding to say, if something better existed that was also Fate, I would probably just play that instead. And I do think that's where some of the animosity towards FGO comes from over the years. People want there to be a different like Fate product. People don't like the fact that FGO is a gacha game. People don't like the fact that it's live service. It is what it is. That's fine. It's like some of those people don't have to play. I think at this point, for most of y'all, you are so like invested in the game. You are so veteran to the game that quitting it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to you. And I don't blame anybody for that. But also at the same time, I think you always have to ask yourself, is the game getting worse? Are you not having fun anymore? yada yada yada. Because if not, then that may be your sign to actually hang up the coat at that point, right? But for someone like me, I have my misgivings with the game. I think there are aspects of the game that have gotten worse, and maybe are still getting worse. But there's also aspects that are getting better, and I still really enjoy FGO. I don't have an issue continuing to play the game. Honest to God, and I'll say this up front, just to be transparent with y'all. 90% of my misgivings are not with the game itself. It's with the community. I, for whatever reason, feel like FGO just has a lot of bad actors. Not that those don't exist in other communities too. But I watch this community at times just be so selfish and so self-centered and so malicious and so like underhanded and presenting in bad faith. And I feel like, for better or worse, the community endorses it, the community promotes it, and the community pushes it. And that's my problem. I can live and let live as much as I want, but when living and let living results in bad info getting pushed, results in bad actors taking over, results in drama and all this stuff, it becomes a problem, and I hate it. I don't like having to ever intervene. I don't like having to put myself out there in any sort of argument or situation, and I'll avoid it at all costs. But there is a fine line where it's like the community just kind of reaches a tipping point and cannibalizes itself. And that's, like I said, that's my biggest problem with this community. Unfortunately, I think some of the people that really enjoy this game get buried, and we have people that are just kind of milking it, that don't enjoy it, that unfortunately have been lifted up as paragons of the community. And I don't think that's good. And I'm, just so that we're clear here, chat, I'm not talking about any one specific person. I'm not talking about any one specific platform either. I'm talking FGO as a whole. Every platform. I see this everywhere I go. There's always somebody that's a veteran of the series, somebody that has been playing Fate Go a long time. You learn to spot them. The people that don't actually care, the people that are just kind of like, they get popular because they're brash and they're avant-garde or something like that, and everybody loves them. And they're like the epitome of like who you shouldn't be turning to. And over the years, I've had to like deal with so many of these people, and I've told you guys this from time to time. Sorry, this got like really real. I did not mean it to. I've told people this before, but it's like I usually interact with people that I feel like are good in this community. If I have a problem with somebody, I probably don't interact with them. That doesn't mean everybody I don't interact with, I have a problem with. Some people I just legitimately like for instance, I won't interact a terrible amount, say, with CZ. But that's not because I don't like CZ. CZ's on my stream team. I obviously like him. CZ just is actually like the polar opposite time zone of me. So like, short of one of us coming into the other stream, we don't really get to interact too often. But like, there's also the scenario of, and at least I guess you could say I have a chip on my shoulder. Because when I first started out in this community as a streamer, I had to grow with the help of the community. I did. And I always appreciated that, and I always tried to give back. Both to the community in various ways, as well as to other content creators that helped me along the way. That was the entire reason why I started the stream team. And that was the entire like ethos behind it, was I wanted to help out and give back to the people that helped me. But I have become extremely cloistered. Extremely. And part of the reason I have is because I have run into so many bad apples. Every corner I turned around, every like time I tried to reach out, I either ran into a wall or I got burnt. It was one of those two things. And over the years, I've thankfully found some people that are good. But man, no, it's a minefield out there. And sometimes people are just not even aware of it. How you treat people, I'm a firm believer in karma. I'm a firm believer that things will eventually come out and see the light of day if you try to bury them. And I believe that like how you treat people is one of those things. It will eventually come out. I feel like that's why you see some of the like streamer drama from time to time. And I've been embroiled in my fair share of drama myself. But I feel like usually there's a code of conduct that I operate by, and that's that I'm always going to try to do like right by the other person unless the other person's wronging me. That's where I kind of draw the line, because after a period of time I've realized like, hey, yeah, some people just want to watch the world burn, and more probably some people just want you to burn. And I've learned that, and it has caused me to cloister myself and to try to stay away from people and things that are like that. And it sucks. I hate that that is like that, because honest to God, I get so envious of like some of the relationships I see other streamers and content creators have, because I sit there and I go like, man, I wish I could have that. I don't like begrudge them. I just go like, damn, like, why can't I find someone like that, right? But like, yeah, it's been rough, and that's where I'm gonna say it's like, if something ever does happen someday, it's probably gonna be the community is gonna be what finally just like sets me off. It will not be the game. I will probably continue to play the game infinitely, but the community is absolutely, to me, the dynamite in the cave there. And I am always watching for a cave in is the problem. But yeah, I think FGO is fine. I think it's gonna do well in the end. People just weird. There are two types of people. Avoid them both. I mean, you're not wrong to a degree. Honest to God, I think like every day that goes on, I more understand the statement of remove negative people from your life. And it hits home with me, because there are some people that are just needlessly negative. I'm not going to talk about like people that like, oh, they complain about everything. It's like, obviously that's a form of it, right? But there are some people that like, you will just be miserable your entire time with them. And it's like, I've learned in those circumstances, it is better to just cut ties. Move on. So actually, I guess this is a good thing. I will probably have some announcements for you guys this week. Especially now that I'm going into vacation here. I'm going to have some time to work on stuff. So I'll probably have some important announcements for you guys this week. Things are probably going to change to some degree, but I don't think it's anything you guys need to be worried about. It's more like back-end stuff for me, but it is something that I need to deal with. toxic portion of the Gacha community really want their fickleness to be justified and want to be a hive mind. Yeah, I do agree with that. And I feel like the big thing I've always tried to do is I've tried to teach you guys the game, I've tried to teach you guys the mechanics, I've tried to teach you guys to think for yourselves. And sometimes I get people that clap back at me because of that, because it's like, oh, either they'll disagree with my methods or they themselves will literally like, I don't know. Again, I've had people over the years where they've been like, oh, you've taught me everything. So now I don't need you anymore. And you're like, okay, thank you. It's like all you can say is like, yeah, gee, thanks. Guess I'll take that under advisement. Like, when you start to see stuff like that, it just starts to be like, what the heck, man? Let's load up LD player. Let's go do the alt account here for a bit. I've learned that you don't have to agree on something, or you just have to respect the difference of opinion. Yeah, I feel like we get in spirited debates all the time in here, and I myself am guilty of getting hot under the collar at times. But usually, I think there's always one rule that I've understood and tried to respect, and that's treat others how you want to be treated. So it's like, I'm not going to get insulting towards you usually. I may disagree with your opinion to the utmost degree, but usually I won't attack you personally. I think the only times I will are if I sense hypocrisy, where it's like, how do I put it? Like, somebody's sitting there saying not to do something that they're doing, right? Or somebody that's sitting there and they're like, hey, hey, you should be doing this. It's super important. But then also, I know that they are like somebody that has an extreme stance that is not the norm. And so it's like they'll try to pass off their stance as completely normal when I know it's not. Usually you're pretty respectful. Yeah, I try to be. To me, when you start attacking the person, you've probably lost the argument. Because again, it's the concept of like when you're doing ad hominem attacks, you're not attacking the argument anymore. You're attacking the person making the argument, which means the idea has defeated you. And like I said, I think the only times that I don't are when I somehow sense that the person is arguing in bad faith. And at that point, when a person's arguing in bad faith, you kind of have to attack them personally. Not that I like doing it, but they're kind of leaving you no quarter to do so. And like I said, it's like one of those examples where it's like, oh, they're trying to pass off something as like completely normal and they're being disingenuous. It's like, there's nothing you can do about that other than call them out for being disingenuous. It's the only play you have left, because it's sort of like cheating in an argument, right? When you're arguing using lies, there's not a whole lot you can do. How's my Friday been? Honestly, my Friday sucked, but it's good now. We're home. I'm on vacation. That's all I care about. It's very rare you get angry or rude. Yeah, I mean, I get animated a lot. I get passionate. I very rarely get actually angry. Okay, that's not true. I very rarely get actually angry at you guys. At a video game, I will absolutely go off. Video games make me so angry, but it's like, it's good. It's stress relief where it's like I'm venting, right? I did start Okeanos, just FYI chat. I did like 2 or 3 of the nodes here. Literally just because like yesterday I had a daily where I had to do some, so I just said, okay, let's get in here and do it. So this is pretty much going to be the same deal. We're now at the point where our account is good enough for the time being. And so you're going to see me prioritizing story a little bit more. The reason why? Because I need to. That's literally all it is. I am going to change my sorting here. to bond level. It'll at least let me see this. Obviously, there are level issues, but I'm going to start trying to work on bonding everybody up to a point at which, like, they're, you know, in Mash's case, maxed out, but basically bond 5. Bond 5 is where you can unlock a lot of stuff. And actually, I don't even know if I can... Yeah, I actually can't get anything with Mash, so I should probably remove her from my backline for right now, because I don't really need her. Actually, can I 7? No, I don't have the party cost for that. But a lot of how I'm going to approach this is, again, the faster you can get through story is usually good. A lot of people will immediately take off and dead sprint as far as they can. You can do that. I don't really find it to be that good. I usually prioritize, like, getting to level 17 and unlocking the extreme versions of missions, because that gets you more efficient farming. Whereas, like, prior to that point, I feel like a lot of people will really struggle depending on what they're dealing with. So now we're actually getting to a point, too, where health values are at least spicier. I don't think that Drake's going to kill, so let's pop that. And what I mean by spicier is I mean that, like, I won't necessarily be able to just single card a lot of these. I maybe had that issue with some of my stronger, or sorry, less strong units, like Nido Chris, for instance, not necessarily being able to card something. That's in and of itself not an issue, but it's usually a good idea to card as much as you can, and then NP only when you have to. Later on, that's going to become NP all the time. So it's like, get away with carding as long as you reasonably can. For no other reason than it's just smart for you to do so. Fortunately, we don't have Drake's charge skill because the game likes to give you scuffed units. However, I will use Drake in this scenario. This is just the NPC Drake. But the reason I'm going to use her is purely due to the fact that she's an AoE NP. And so this will save a little bit of time, and she should be able to get it done. Do you need a Morgan for the Heracles quest? Which one are you talking about? What were the main interludes that had CEs locked behind them? Oku and Imaginary Scramble. Tunguska, as far as I know, is not part of that. Yeah, it's... You still want to burst at times, but I'm doing, like, targeted bursts of story. So, like, for here, I'm dead serious. We're probably good all the way up through London. And then once I hit London, my priority will probably be to get London done ASAP. After London, I will probably sit down and work on my units again. And the reason I will do that is purely due to the fact that, again, I will have more access to nodes, more farming capability at that point. So we're actually going to swap that out, and we're going to go back to the Nitocris run here. Just purely because that Drake isn't that strong. My Nitocris arguably is stronger at this point. Still going to keep taking her, because more FB, but not necessarily the best thing. Want to share my newly acquired Morgan? Nice. Guess I have a couple final fights to do then. Yeah, I mean, only really if you want those craft essences. If not, it's not a huge deal. We're gonna pray to God Waver can do 5.5k against a Berserker. He can. And Waver's neutral damage not so good. Waver, at least against the Berserker, is fine. Oh. Spicy meatball here, but I think this is cardable. So, same deal. Based off wave we're doing it, I think she can... Yep. There we go. Now I saved Nitocris's NP for this wave. Which will probably be necessary at this point. And I'm actually going to split. Normally you want to chain NPs side by side. And I actually don't know if I've talked about this yet, but again, NPs in a sequence will confer overcharge. A lot of people have a tendency as an early player to confuse NP level with overcharge. NP level is the strength overall of the NP. Now, when I say strength, that does not mean the amount of damage necessarily. In a lot of cases it does. In some cases it won't, like support units, for instance. So when I say strength, I'm using it more as a holistic term and trying to tell you guys that the NP level is what dictates how strong your Noble Phantasm is. Basically, the capability of it. The overcharge usually will have a unique effect for each character. So depending on which character we're talking about here, placing their overcharge later in a sequence, or placing their Noble Phantasm later in a sequence, will confer them more overcharge. That overcharge might be something innocuous that's not that important. Like, let's just say, like, oh, you maybe get like 5 more stars or something like that. Or that overcharge might be something that's really good. Maybe it's a defense down that you're going to put on the enemy for the next NP to hit. Or maybe it's going to be an NP damage up before your NP goes off. So it's a good idea to, like, especially the first couple times you use a unit, kind of come in here on the details, look at what their Noble Phantasm is. Because, again, it's like, oh, okay, this increases burn. Now, to a new player, you might be thinking like, oh man, like burn is such a good thing. And it might very well be, but it might also not be depending on who we're using and the circumstances at play. Usually, dots in this game are not terribly strong. Doesn't mean they're bad. They're just sort of free damage is how I choose to look at them. And to me, they really only show their value usually in challenge scenarios. So scenarios where you're maybe not just going to be 3-turning everything, where it's not just a simple farm, but instead you're kind of going to be going the distance. It might be taking you upwards of 10 or 20 turns to kill something. That's where if you can manage to get dots rolling, they'll be at least a little bit better for you. You're still not going to be like the best thing ever, because usually there's some opportunity cost for a unit that has a dot. That is to say, it might not deal as much damage, but it certainly could depend. So again, I don't have the cards here. I'm actually just going to fire off the Nito NP. And it is what it is. It's like, just because a unit has a dot doesn't make it bad, but the dot itself may not be that good. So it's not the entire part of their kit, it's just a single aspect of it. But again, that could be something you could get via overcharge. If you instead have a certain overcharge, like one of the examples I'll give you guys is Tamamo Caster. Tamamo Caster actually grants charge to the rest of the party with her overcharge. It's usually going to be why you want to place it at the end of a sequence, because she is going to grant more to the party by doing that. Also because if she's last in the sequence, she'll actually charge everybody else, including herself. Whereas if you put her first in a sequence of Noble Phantasms, she will charge everybody, but everybody was already at their Noble Phantasms, so you didn't care. So it's going to be one of those things where, depending on what a unit's overcharge effect is, or just, again, the ability of their Noble Phantasm, it might dictate where you want to put them in a chain. And that's going to vary wildly depending on the situation. I can't give you a, like, one size fits all, like, hey, just do this type deal, because there isn't one. So at the end of the day, it's important for you guys to make sure you read a little bit of the Noble Phantasm, make sure you understand a little bit what's going on and what they do. And again, this is why I'm encouraging guys to take different units, play around with them, try to figure out how the game works as a whole, and what sort of elements of a unit's kit are strong and what aren't. And in doing so, you'll be a smarter player by doing it, as you will have more knowledge of the servant roster. Hello, Aniko.
この刀に切れぬものはないのよ。手作りだけど。
Start Dash Multi Part 3? I mean, you could. Not guaranteed, but you could. Just gonna keep taking the Drake. We probably won't do too much in this segment today. It's more just, again, going to be about advancing story and all of that. But I do think it's important to kind of follow alongside still and to at least provide you guys with a reasonable, like, check-in point. Because if I don't, then I might get too far ahead of you. And then you might go, well, okay, but now I've lost like what Cad was doing or where he is, and it may not be the best idea. Actually did not get a single card. This is one of those times I am actually going to go like this. We're going to avoid the Mighty Chain, because I actually don't think the Mighty Chain would have killed. Like, I think Nitocris's Buster card probably just barely killed that. Next up here, we've got Eric. That is a 126k. This is a hefty boy. Obviously, I'm going to try to use Nito, but Nito's not going to death proc Eric. He may be bronze, but he is a servant. Remember, with regards to death proc, it doesn't really work on people like that. I'm still going to give her the attack up, because again, these pirate zombies got a little bit of health there. We're actually going to lead with her Noble Phantasm, mostly just to set the Buster card first. And so I'll also be using her card on anything that lives. Now remember, Noble Phantasms can act as the lead card bonus, but they will not gain the benefit of the lead card bonus themselves. So putting a Buster NP first would give you the Buster lead card bonus for other cards, but it won't make that Buster NP hit harder. Because again, it just does not actually, the lead card bonus does not affect a Noble Phantasm, but a Noble Phantasm can be used to give other cards the lead card bonus. Man, loading's really bad here. Okay, mapped island. Already in section 4. Again, time flies when you're having fun. You're not going to go as fast here, obviously, if you're reading story. But my advice, as always, is take your time and have some fun with it. Actually, should probably go check one of my other units, seeing if I can ascend them yet. Cal, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate it. Hope it's going well. It is. First day of vacation, so I am absolutely pleased. And would you look at that? Just low health enemies here, so should be easy. I have been well. How are you doing, D-Resed? All right, now we're in the second wave here. Gonna kind of pop some buffs here, just to make sure that we can actually make it through this. If I was really concerned about waiver, I would have just had him hit the Berserker again, but laziness took over. Am I going to target specifically any banners this any? I have not looked at the any banners. Like, well, I mean, I obviously did the video with you guys. Trying to think, like, did we have a meta support at Annie? Trying to find my freaking tab. Hey, let's look at it. I mean, like, again, just for the purposes of the video, whoever I roll at anniversary may or may not be helpful to you. If you're watching this like as the video is being released, then this very well might be. But just taking a quick look over here at the summoning campaigns, obviously we got Ace, really good AoE caster, and then we have this sort of potluck of banners here, of which some of these are really good units, but nobody's really like screaming at me. Honest to God, like for a new account, someone like Space Ishtar's not really bad because she's one of those Omni farmers. Trunk Sisters could also be a decent support. Got the lucky bag, but I won't be able to take advantage of it. Same thing with the Destiny Order. Because again, we're doing this free to play. If you're somebody that doesn't, absolutely, I recommend taking advantage of both of these. They are guaranteed SSRs, and there's 2 of them basically. So you got the GSSR, which is a little bit more random. You can pick a pool, but you're not guaranteed which one you'll get from them. And then Destiny Order, where you can slot in one of every class, and then it has to give you one of your choices. It's not guaranteed which class it gives you, but it has to give you one of the like 9 choices that you make. It's really, really solid in that regard. The pre-release campaign, I don't think had, yeah, we literally already have this banner announced, I believe. So nothing too much there. I see, like, part of the reason I asked is like, was there a support caster? Because like I legitimately could not remember. Was like there a Scotty or something in here that I was like misremembering. Yeah, she kind of is, Field. I mean, Super Bunny is not bad. Super Bunny's come a long way at this point, but I think the elephant in that room is Melt. Melt is just so ridiculously strong. I still see people that are like wondering why certain units get upgrades, and I'm like, man, look at Melt. Like, with regards to single target damage, Melt's just disgusting, dude. Zioku Imaginary Scramble requirement for the CEs for JP or NA? NA. Have I checked out global release for Uma Musume? No. I basically have no interest in Uma Musume. I'm not gonna like fault anyone for wanting to, but for me personally, I don't know, the concept is a little weird to me. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and press this, and I'm just gonna do a triple arch chain here. I doubt I kill everything. Interestingly enough, these are the embers that, or sorry, the hands that hold embers. So we will guaranteedly get some bronze embers from doing this. Hey, Waver got it. So we actually still one-turned the node. Got some charge back with that. And still didn't get any cards. This is just going to be a 4-turn. There's no No way around it at the current moment. Actually, what level is my Mystic Code? Level 6 already, nice. Unfortunately, these early nodes actually don't give too much. Actually gonna hit the archer there because it needs to die because it's got the lowest charge requirement. Oh, she almost crit it. Well, she did crit it, but she almost killed it with the crit. If I had popped the attack up buff, it would have. But probably still not worth there. Just gonna stagger cards. Jerker should easily card her way out of each of these. Jerker will also probably be the first unit I start giving foes to. Just because, again, she is the absolutely hard carry for my account at the moment. And if you're unsure of what foes are, basically, every unit has a, like, normal attack stat that they, like, increase by leveling up. But you can also give them foes in addition to that. The foe cards will literally increase the amount of, like, attack and HP that each one has. And it's a really, really good idea to do so. Gonna do this. It's smarter. I shouldn't have popped her Buster buff, but it is what it is. I'll at least get a Mighty Chain, so any carding I have to do here should be fine. So far, it's fine. Yeah, like I said, I'm not begrudging anybody who wants to play Uma Musume. It's just, I don't think that's the type of game for me. It's an idle game. If you like, I don't mind idols to a degree. Like, the idol event is literally one of my favorite in FGO. But I don't need to, like, play a game that's that constantly. I also don't think I need a game that's going to open up a new addiction for me, which would be horse betting. But it is what it is. I think, like, from everything I've seen of Uma Musume, it definitely looks like it is a good game. It looks like it's, like, well taken care of by people that actually do like it, right? And I always hear people raving about it. I'm not sure Uma Musume will ever be the dominant gacha game over here, though. I can absolutely understand why it is in Japan, but I don't think it's ever going to be the dominant gacha game over here. I may be wrong, but to me, I feel like even within the gacha sphere, there is a little bit of normie culture, and I feel like Western normie culture will push back against something like that. It's the horse part I can't? Yeah. Melt needed to be competitive to that new quick berserker. Who, Lilith? Or are you talking about someone else? That's not gonna kill, is it? Oh no! Waver, please. Thank God. Lilith, yeah? I mean, the melt buff happened before Lilith ever came out. Let's send it. This may be a weird one. I'm assuming that Lilith is why single target quick servants got buffed. I mean, like, there's definitely something where they could have a little bit of foresight and know stuff's coming, but I doubt it. If I were to look at something like that, I would assume that they just felt the need to make Melt a dominant force in the way that, like, we have this weird sort of balancing act between extra classes and the base 7 classes. Some of the base 7 classes don't hold up their end of the bargain. And similarly, some of the Oh, this will be an interesting one. I don't know that I'll kill the end Lamia, but kind of have to do it this way if I want to lead with the Buster card. But in the same way, some of the extra classes feel like they just don't do enough to warrant their use. So it's really rough. The devs, I don't envy them in that regard, that they have to kind of sit there and really balance stuff. And there you go, that extra attack did wonders. They also buffed Kama? Yeah, I'm aware. I don't think the Kama buff's that insane, other than Kama was arguably already the best assassin. I think when you look at like the actual damage numbers, it's fine still. And really more than anything, it just means they need to buff the other assassins. Yeah, I mean, I think there's at least one instance I can point to where a future unit was definitely the reason a unit got buffed. Jalter. Jalter got a upgrade. And at the time, I remember framing it as if, well, it's probably due to the pressure Tyra was putting on her. And to a degree, there probably is some still truth to that. But we know for a fact that a certain unit was coming out right after Jalter, and that certain unit absolutely dealt more damage than Jalter's old numbers and had a like 100% stun. So it seems to reason that that's like one of the major reasons why they did. But again, that was in close proximity. That one makes sense to me. I feel like the Melt and Lilith thing is like, it's so far spread that I'm not really sure that that would be the reason why they did it. Buster Chain. Uh-oh. I think it's about time for Summer Koyan's Gaia or Summer Miss Crane. I would love a Summer Miss Crane. I wonder what a kit for her would look like. But just in terms of like unit designs, Miss Crane's one of my favorites. I just really love what Shaka P did with her. And this is not going to go well for me. It's almost an entire Nidochris chain. You know what? I'm sending it anyways. Give me Summer Koyan. Summer Koyan. I won't at all be surprised if we see Summer Koyan. I think there's definitely some units that are I'm not gonna say overdue, but they are like very much in contention this year. Like, again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Lalter's basically the new Ereshkigal. If they don't give Lalter a summer here, I'm pretty sure people are gonna scream. And somehow this is still a 3 turn. Lalter. I feel like it'd be funny if they released Koyan and it's a Summer Scotty situation. I don't expect that, because as much as people want to say the quick system doesn't have issues, that's the entire reason why Summer Scotty is roughly the same as original Scotty. It's purely to give you more options. Buster has a lot of options. And while that would give you more options, at least from the standpoint of her kit, I feel like adding another variant like that would only harm some of the competitors. Like, I'm pretty sure at that point, you would just be immediately harming Koyan Sky of Dark. You would be probably giving original Koyan Skya as well a run for her money at that point. So I'm not sure that works well. But I'm sure people would love it. All Berserkers for this. Interesting. I don't have a foreigner on my roster, so nothing I can do about that. It's stuck on mostly broken PC. That's not good. You should probably get it off that. I can see a ruler Miss Crane giving a swimsuit spirit origin to servants. That'd be cool. I think, like, the thing that I always want them to do with Summer at this point is I really want them, and this is 146k Asterios. I think this is the new highest HP we've faced. It literally still shouldn't be a problem. Especially since we got all of our NP levels on Jerker here. And yeah, it's definitely not a problem. We got a triple buster chain, so is what it is. We still have not had to face anybody with a gimmick yet. Yeah, I think the thing with Summer is to me, there still feels like there's been some misses, and I really want them to, like, land some of those misses. Like, they're overdue, it's time, please do them type deal. But it's not going to be like the end of the world if they don't. It's just like, man, there's such an opportunity cost at this point. We need Summer 1 vibes back. Be careful what you wish for. Like, Summer 1 vibe, sure. Summer 1 event, no. Okay, so I think Sunken Roxy's is, yeah, it's just a free quest over here on 2 currency. Oh yeah, let's before I do that, oh my god, dude. I don't know why the loading on this is so ass. Let me take a look. Somebody can be ascended. It is. Arash can be ascended finally. I think I was short on Proof of the Hero. We're gonna ascend him. He's kind of important to get up, and you'll see here, now that we've increased the cap to 50. There you go, super success. We go all the way to 46 instead of 45 from that, or 43 from that. Basically doubled the number of levels. I'm just gonna feed that. Don't have a whole lot of dust, but it is enough to ascend him, and it is well worth. There we go. Now, did it already say that we unlocked his interlude? Either way, Arash does have an NP interlude. That'll be something we will definitely go for. Yeah, there's nothing else we can do, so I'm just going to keep grabbing this. So an entire 20 stacks enough to get him to 54. We're literally going to take Arash all the way up to max, because damage-wise, he's worth it. And there you go. And then there's one other thing we're going to go check with him. Hey, Arash. Uh-oh. So, a lot of low star units, especially some of the original ones, did not have a, how should I put it? A third skill. And actually, real quick here, let's go run over here and do our FP. Looks like I have enough to do another spin. I think I did like one more spin offline, and I don't think I got anything from it, so you guys didn't miss anything. $10K. Oh boy. Okay, that's that for that. Okay, so we're gonna go over to enhance. Oh, actually, no, this is not where we want to go. My bad. We need to back out. All the way back to the terminal here. We need to go to Chaldea Gate. Again, you have interludes, right? And you can see I have a couple that I can do. Particularly waivers would be helpful at the moment. And then I have rank up quests. Of course, it's 5 arrows long. I don't care. I'm going to do it. We are literally going to go run his rank up quest here. And of course, because when you upgrade an archer, it would be a smart idea to put the counter class for the archer in the node just to mess with players. Welcome to FGO, where the devs basically just do things like that to salt you. It's not the end of the world, but it's just like, come on, man. We'll just go ahead and use Asmodeus here. I'll do something like that. And actually on the back line, since now he's come of age, you're going to put Arash back there. Now, Arash is an interesting one. You actually do not need to level up any skill on Arash other than his 3rd skill. The reason being, Arash has one primary purpose. The other skills, if you want to level them later on, you can. I just don't advise it. It's not good use of your account's resources early on. But Arash basically serves the purpose of being somebody that can kill himself and then rotate the party. That is literally his primary existence. So that's going to be something that you'll actually want to abuse in that regard. God, this is just all arts. What the heck? I don't know. Give me the waiver card there. He doesn't, Lucario? Okay. Even higher health. Excellent. The good news is this person put a MLB K-Scope on their Morgan Le Fay. Morgan Le Fay is a 50% charging unit. Waiver is a 50% charging unit. We're just going to literally send her just like this. And I will essentially be able to get another NP out of her next turn. So this could be a 3-turn, assuming Morgan Le Fay kills here. And she probably should. Even without any of her buffs. Yeah, easily. So she did about 50k to each of those when I only needed 30k. And then now we've got a 62k here, but that's not going to matter because we literally just gave her a bunch of attack up, defense down on the enemies, and again, attack up from waiver and the Mystic Code right here. And if I want to be sure, I'll also do that. Now I have a 100% crit skill, or crit card for her, which again is one of the reasons that makes Morgan Le Fay really nice. Sometimes it's really difficult to crit on a Berserker because they have such low star absorption. Morgan Le Fay has a skill that specifically soaks a bunch of stars to her while generating a bunch of stars on demand. So it's a very synergistic skill, and it actually has a high enough star weight that it really works for her. So again, you can see we already just bonded up Arash. I leveled up my Mystic Code, which is excellent. And we also got a Proof of the Hero back, so a little bit of a refund there. That's actually going to be one of the nice things about doing some of your strengthenings is you are literally going to get resources from it. Some of those resources may be useful to the unit that you're actually trying to upgrade. I'm going to keep abusing the Morgan Le Fay here because having 2 NPs from one unit is really strong. I could at least always get one more out of Nitocris as well. Okay. Same deal here. Gonna pop Nitocris's death chance. The big thing holding back Nitocris and to an extent Waiver right now are the fact that while I do have some materials for caster stuff, I don't have Forbidden Pages. Forbidden Pages are something that a lot of casters use. It's an Ascension mat, and it's just gonna kind of do her dirty in that regard. Ooh, this could be a little spicy. Please do 7.8. It is a level 100 Morgan, so I assume it's fully FO'd at least, if not gold FO'd. Really, let me see. 17k? It might not be gold FO'd. We do have the 44k one there. We do have a mighty chain though, so we pretty much know Morgan's gonna do enough damage to kill those side ads. It's just gonna be the middle one that might live. But if it does, I get free stars and NP gen off of that. And it does, so she'll definitely kill it still. I just get even more goodies. What are you watching, Ash? There you go, same deal here. She should kill the side ads, and actually she'll just easily kill everything with her NP here. Ah. Season 21. How many times have they completely changed the, like, cast of that show? Yeah. Like, have they ever done, like, a hard reboot? Or do they just keep doing rotation? Where it's like, oh, this actor leaves. Wait, 21? Yeah. Chat, Grey's Anatomy was coming out back when I was, like, in high school? And I think it had been out already at that time. Because I remember some of the girls in my class talking about it. Now, this is just writers, so taking Nitocris into this is probably not the smartest thing I've ever done. Lemonade, thank you for the 40 months. Appreciate it. Time does indeed fly. Hopefully, time goes a little bit slower for me this week. Ooh, spicy, a 200k dragon. Okay, so I'm gonna send that because this is a full Buster Brave chain. I will get so much damage out of this. And she at least has her guts up, so the dragons are a bigger enemy. They usually have a lot of health. They do AoE attacks. You'll see, because he's gonna live. Well, okay, never mind. He's not gonna live. God dang. Buster crits on a Buster Berserker be wildin'. We got a Dragon Reverse skill. It's actually really good. Dragon Reverse skills are kind of hard to get. They are a rare gold mat, and they're actually one of the original gold mats that existed in the game. Players that played back when the game first came out had a ton of them because there weren't a whole lot of extra rewards that the devs could give out gold material wise, because the other one was the rarer material, which was Hearts of the Foreign God. But if you're somebody that didn't start early on, odds are you don't have a ton of Dragon Reverse scales. But getting one off of something like this is definitely nice. We're going to probably need a whole lot more. Okay, so it's like Doctor Who, where they have, like, generations at that point. She probably death procs everybody else, but let's do that. Reverse scale hell's painful. Tell me about it. My JP was on it for years. Really, I think the only thing that finally got my JP out of reverse scale hell was one of the bleached earth nodes eventually has it. That's actually, considering this was a Nitocris wave, that is not a bad outcome there. Gonna abuse that for some extra star gen. Actually, might have been able to get away with the waiver card first there, but I'd rather not risk. Okay, Morgan will stagger cards. Probably not going to be enough. It's one of those times where having Koin Sky would be really useful because, oh, I've got all these Buster cards. Koin Sky, at least Koin Sky of Light can make Buster cards generate Noble Phantasm passively. They don't normally do that, but basically it'll give like an extra 10% charge with her second buff. I don't really have a lot in the way of Morgan cards, so this won't be terribly strong here, but I can still probably make this work as we can turn this into a Mighty Chain. And if I'm lucky, that Art's crit might full refund her. I don't remember if Morgan's can or not. I think it'll just get her close, but technically this is an Art's crit being led by an Art's card. Yeah, only half. Still, she killed, so it didn't matter. If I had another 50% charge, though, I could have done it again. And of course, I am close to leveling up yet again. Okay, one more, and we'll be done with a rash, which is hilarious because it will level me up. I'm just sending it. It's probably more dragons in here. Ooh, servants. So she's not going to death proc anything, but we're still going to send her NP. Sorry, I'm just actually looking at what's here. I'm going to be staggering cards. Basically, I'm going to try to give Nidocris the best chance she can of actually killing here. I don't think she'll kill even a single one of them, but now she might just damage the middle one to death. 15. Oof. Gonna stagger the cards. Okay, Morgan dispatches one. That should be enough. As a lucky crit by waiver there. And, ooh, spicy 180k. That is the new maximum. I should not have popped that turn. I did not pay attention to the cards. I get some really good waiver crits. So we're not going to kill Brynhildr here. But I will at least have enough charge to get back to another Noble Phantasm. Down here I have to worry about the Shadow Servant on the right. Not only is he cursed, but you can see here's the damage off of the curse. It's going to be like 500 to 1,000. Yeah, there you go. So 1,000. It's not bad, but it's like a per turn thing, and it's like when you can just kill people outright, you don't care too much about that stuff. There we go. That should be enough to finish off Brynhildr. Unfortunately, neither of these are going to be crits. And then the game makes me a liar. To be fair, it would have killed irregardless, but... Calamari contest? What's that? There you go. There's the extra level up. You can see we're not leveling up as much now. We're in the like mid 50s here. The things are just kind of going. We actually do get quartz for completing strengthenings, but this is good. Now we have Arash's third skill, and Arash's third skill is a charge skill, which is really helpful to getting Arash to kill himself. That's why it's really the only one you need to actually level up. Still don't have much use for that yet. Oh, come on, game. Literally just gonna pull all of this out. There we go. And let's go back to our skills. Let's see, can we work on Arash's charge skill? Well, I don't have a whole lot of archer skill gems, but I do have them. So we're gonna take the skill because this is a particularly important skill. So we're gonna take this as far as I reasonably can. We're gonna get stuck right here, which is unfortunate because Arash. If you can get Arash's skill to even rank 5, that's usually enough. That's, I believe, 25% charge. Or 24% actually, I don't even remember. Either way, it'll round up if you pair it with a 75% charge C. So that would have been a thing. I don't have a 75% charge C though, so it's not a huge deal. We definitely have the materials at least to get through the next rank. So it's something. It's just means he's gonna do like 20% and change extra charge there. Actually, one of the other things I wanted to do, because I told you guys I was going to do this. Well, actually, this is my second archive. This is my actual inventory. This is where you would store things if you wanted them out of your inventory. They don't disappear, get deleted. They're just like, they're not part of your main inventory screen. So it's sort of like an alternate holding location for your stuff. But here is the support list screen. Yet again, you guys can see, I have not really done a whole lot with my stuff yet. We do have a ration here. We are going to switch you out with her. And we are going to switch you out with her. And now this looks a lot nicer. It's still not great, but it looks a lot nicer. That's the primary support screen. Let's throw Spartacus back here. I don't really have much. And then throw him on. Spartacus, what do I even want to give you? Yeah, sure, why not? Jeweled Sword of Zelrich. It's not the best one I've ever given someone, but it's a thing. And then actually, I probably want... Winter Crystal there. And Dragon's Meridian right there. Let's go look at some stuff here. Actually have a little bit more so I can get his charge skill up a little bit. There we go. We're making strides with it now. His is a 50% charge skill, and now we're stuck again. Skills are where you're going to get stuck. Skills and the essential materials and skill gems are the quote-unquote end game. So you can just pretty much expect it. Yeah, I'll probably enhance that since it's our main damage skill. And that's this is pain. The fact that she also takes pages, that's rough. A lot of my early units seem like they're just going to be hard stuck pages. You can see it's really draining my QP to even touch skills. Same deal, stuck there. I believe Nito's Ascension requires pages, which is... I absolutely... No, it's not pages. It's Camelot materials, so that's a little bit further in. Now, you can use pure prisms and stuff to get yourself out of these jams. My advice, don't use pure prisms on skill gems. It is not worth it to me. I feel like you can farm skill gems relatively easy. Ascension materials, though, certainly, if you feel like hey, man, when am I ever going to get that next scarab? That's perfectly fine, I feel like. That's definitely a decent use. Do at least have some Rider Embers here, so we're just going to throw it all in and pray for the best. Didn't quite get him there, but we're close. Got him to 60. Again, the good part about welfare is they literally just take their unique material to ascend, so you don't have to worry too much. Okay. Oh, I still have even more. And now we're out of the 5-star embers for him. Unfortunately, I don't have the 2 times efficiency that I did. Nice. Doubly nice there. I don't have the 2 times efficiency that I did with Hoku Saber or Jerker, but absolutely was still worth either way. Okay, so we got him through his maximum ascension, and level 80 will be the cap because he's a 4-star. Cap for a 5-star is 90, cap for a 4-star is 80, cap for a 3-star is 70, cap for a 2-star is 65, and cap for a 1-star is level 60. Now, I could change the way my thing is sorted, my auto select up here to put in 20 stacks, but I'm just kind of being, in a weird way, I'm being lazy, but not at the same time. I'm just leaving it on the same class one. Okay, so we actually don't have too many 4-star embers, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to back some of these out because I'd actually rather have a little bit more of the 4-star embers since we're kind of getting up here to the point where my embers are not stretching as far. Usually that does occur from like 70 onward, and it's just because, again, like the units are so expensive to level at that point. So I'm using 5-star embers now, which are basically triple what a 4-star ember is, and we're kind of just fishing for procs at this point. No proc. That's a little bit of overkill, so we'll do one of those right there. Perfect. And now Kentucky is max level as well. And then, let's see. Nito Chris. I don't have much in the way of things for Nito, but we can still throw all of that in. And then... give her a couple of 5-star embers, see if we get a proc here. Sad. Let's do 3. Still no. But that is equally enough. And that'll get her to sitting at cap, which, you know, she's not going to be able to be ascended yet, but this is kind of getting the most I can out of her right now. And so you can see we've got several units now that are either at max level or they're doing okay. I'll actually also work on MASH a little bit here. Probably overkill if this procs, and it did. Of course it did. It happens. Sometimes, like, I get tired of fishing for stuff, so I don't do it too often, but it is what it is. But yeah, so now we've got at least a decent stable of initial units up and ready. And like I said, this is kind of doing good already. We have some capability to be able to proc stuff. And to be able to, like, carry. Even more missions. Oh, this is going to be my first crystallized lore? Yes! There we go. So remember, crystallized lores are how you can take a skill, like it's the material that you need to take a skill from 9 to 10, which is the max rank. It's always going to be rough getting them early on for an account. Usually the primary way people get them is from challenge quests during events. They are somewhat limited, still one of the most limited resources in the game, arguably, but if you've been playing a long time, people have a tendency to have a lot of them. I'm going to tell you for a new account, you need to get every crystallized lore you possibly can. I see some people, and still to this day, it's kind of a thing, but not so much, thankfully, as now. But some people tend to think that, like, getting a skill up to the maximum rank is like a whale strategy. It's absolutely not. Free-to-plays absolutely should be doing that themselves. The fact that some don't is kind of astounding to me. Okay, so we have our 60% starting charge item on him. Rash has 20% charge himself. Waver can give 20% charge. If only I had another charge CE, this would be ideal. I do think that I have... Use the 3-star here. MP charged at 10%. Let me back out real fast. Let's go MLB that C. So if you haven't seen the MLB process, it works very similar to like adding Noble Phantasm levels to a unit. So basically, I'm just going to click on the C. This is going to be the one that I'm going to MLB. You can combine 4 copies of a craft essence to make it max limit break. And that's what you guys are seeing here is the limit breakthrough icon on this. I'm going to combine it just to make this a stronger CE. This is a CE I got from the event. It's actually unique to the event. I don't know how I managed to get 5 copies of it, but I did. So there you go. And you can see we got, hey, level up a craft essence because it leveled up at least to level 11. And now at MLB, this is 20% charge with arts card of 5% up. Not a bad effect, and it's better than nothing at this point compared to some of the other options I have. You can combine more of your CEs. It's sort of like combining your low star units early on. You're going to have to do it a lot, but once you get a lot of it done, it's nice. My advice, it's not a huge priority unless it's one of the like main Cs you're going to use. Because I'm going to be doing this setup quite a bit, I'm going to probably utilize this quite a bit. So it's something I'm definitely keen to do. But otherwise, because it takes some QP, I would probably wait in a lot of scenarios for that sort of thing. Actually, let's do that. Move my Lily all the way to the back. Give that there, and there you go. Actually going to select it too, so it'll just kind of sort to the top. And now we've got Nitocris, and the idea behind this is going to be that Nitocris will rotate in when Arash kills himself. And to illustrate this point, I'm actually going to switch back off of the CE back over to the Mage Association one. This is a 20% charge skill CE, so it's perfect in this scenario. Now, Nitocris, if you guys will recall, she's got a 20% starting charge CE on her. Her skill can kind of give her like 40%. So just because I haven't leveled it up enough. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and use the 20% charge on Arash. We're just going to let Arash do this. And this is mostly to demonstrate a point. You can see he hits very hard, even for a 1-star, even for somebody that I don't have his NP interlude done. And Nitocris rotates in. It's always going to rotate in the person that's in the 4th slot. Basically, the next person in. And from here, we can now use Nitocris's charge skill. No, I forgot I leveled it up a little bit more. So that's 66% charge. So right there, I can just do this now. Do both of Waver's skills. That's going to bring her up to 100%. And I can actually throw the third one over here on Jerker. And Jerker, when the line goes away, as you can see, is missing 20% that she'll get from her last skill. So now I have a complete 3-turn with just my own units this early in the game. And that is a really, really valuable thing to have. The grailed my Arash, very useful. Yeah, I mean, you definitely can. I don't advise people grailing for gameplay per se. If you really like Arash, feel free to. Some people love him. So that's not like the first time I've ever heard about anything like that. But there you go. Now, this is a little bit more hairy. I'm having to kill an entire AoE wave with a single target. I don't have an attack up. Now, interestingly, if I didn't have the cards, I could have pressed this third skill and it would have shuffled the cards for me. Card shuffling is something we haven't really covered yet. It is an interesting mechanic. There are numerous things that happen. Basically, your cards work in a 3-turn cadence usually. There's exceptions to that, but essentially that's the normal way it works because you have 3 units in the party. They each have a deck of 5 cards. There's a total of 15 available cards. It means every 3 turns, all 15 of those cards have been dealt, because once a card appears in your deck, it existed for that turn and it goes kind of on cooldown until the other cards that are available have been used. So at the end of 3 turns, all 15 of those cards will have been dealt. So turn 4 is the start of a new 3-turn sequence, and the game just kind of keeps flowing like that. Every 3 turns, it'll keep giving you more cards. This is what people refer to when they talk about card counting, and it's an interesting thing nonetheless, but it's something that you can abuse. Similarly, if you have a unit die, or if the party like rotates because of some sort of unnatural effect. This does not include things like your plug suit mystic code, by the way. If it rotates unnaturally somehow, that is going to also reset your deck. If you rotate the party yourself, so let's say I were to use plug suit and I were to remove Nitocris from my front line and bring in, say, Jerker from the back line somehow, that would not re-deal the deck. Jerker's cards would just take over for Nitocris's old cards. If, however, again, you had an unnatural rotation, like in the case of Rash, you, when he kills himself, will get a completely new hand. And you can abuse this fact as well sometimes, but it can also backfire on you. So you have to be a little bit careful with it, but it's definitely something you guys should be aware of as players, because it's something that's going to happen to you as you begin to quote-unquote lose units. Here we can see we have Urael as a potential option. Urael is interesting because she's definitely somebody that we're going to want to level probably for Camelot. But as it is right now, we don't necessarily have a whole lot of capability on that front. But yeah, same deal. We're just going to kind of keep doing this for a little bit here. On Her Majesty's Secret Service. I was gonna say, I was pretty sure this was a Bond one. And thankfully, these are all sabers, so Arash is already effective here. Something to denote. I just used an Arash card. Arash killed himself, so if you look at the bottom right of the screen again, you'll notice he still has a card there, but if that card got to the point that it was actually, like, next to be used, nothing would happen. There would be no card. Because he's dead. You can't possibly use the card. So that's another thing to keep in mind when you're using Arash. Maybe don't select his cards if you're going to have him kill himself. Not necessarily the best idea. Gonna have her pre-card that NP there. Or pre-card with his cards? Yes, it's also something you can do. Just like, so if you got in a Rash chain, right? And you, let's say you use 2 Buster cards for a Rash, and then you use his Buster NP. You would have a nice extra attack, in theory. But unfortunately, his NP will kill himself, so you'll never get the extra attack. It's so much so that it's a common joke that basically whenever the fight ends, whenever you've completed the node, there's a victory line that gets said by one of the servants. Each servant has their own unique victory line. The running gag is that nobody ever really hears Arash's victory line because he's never alive at the end of a node. And it was so much so that basically his VA at one of the conferences was like, please use Arash naturally for once. Don't have him kill himself, just so you can hear his victory line. Which is definitely a good and honorable thing of that VA. I don't begrudge him that request, and it's something I think everybody should do at least once, but it is funny nonetheless that everybody just kind of keeps using him to sacrifice himself. But that is honestly his greatest strength. It's one of the reasons that he is so prolific in the game, even as a 1-star. People still use him to this day, and like whales and stuff in certain comps and strategies, just because it is super useful to have that utility. And he is not the only person in the game that can do something like that, but he is arguably the best at it. He is so useful in his capacity. And you can see, I'm at the point, I don't even really have to change what I'm doing. This strategy will just work for a bit here. Partially because Rash is just kind of out-damaging a whole lot of what's getting thrown at us in an early wave. There will be times, though, we'll face, like, say, Lancers in the early wave, and Arash will not be good to use against that. Or maybe it's just kind of like, hey, go ahead and use him and have him rotate the party. You get some damage out of him one way or the other, and it just kind of works. Now, I don't have to NP with him. I could say, for instance, kill the wave, but I actually kind of hate my cards right now, so we're not going to do that. Boom goes the dynamite. He still dealt about 28k there to that side enemy. So you can see that's kind of like something maybe to store in your memories, like how much is Arash doing to a neutral enemy? That'll give you a ballpark estimate of like, hey, here's how we can kind of get away with some stuff. Still no Nidocris. So we got all Nidocris and waiver cards. Just like in the prior turn, we had all Arash and waiver cards. We have not gotten a Jerker card. But if you remember, Arash killed himself, so this is technically, even though it's wave 2, or turn 2, this is technically the beginning of a new, like, 3-turn cadence. So it might seem like we just got really unlucky there, and to a degree we kind of did, but it's actually completely natural that we didn't. Yeah. Here we go again, and hilariously enough, we have both of her Buster cards. So this just will kill. It's also funny that the Archer is the danger enemy when the Golem has 30k health, but I think it's because they know that the Golem is not going to do a whole lot of damage to you. Not that this guy was really either, but it'd be what it be.
我が炎で溺れ死になさい。決め台詞としてはいまいちか。
So even more proof of the heroes there. Again, even just doing story, you'll get some materials. That's honest to God, that's largely where I got some of these gems from, is just doing story. The game gave me skill gems. Same thing, doing like leveling up certain units and stuff. Got those tutorials done, and the game gave me more skill gems. So it's just something you can kind of expect. The game is going to feed you a lot of resources. My advice, don't get like super farm heavy at first, because farming efficiency is very much tied to end game. The later nodes are better. The extreme nodes that we've already unlocked for like the daily stuff are the best at what they do. So there is definitely something to be said about like getting some of that farm. But again, because you're going to get some stuff for free, my advice is only farm what you essentially need at first, like for certain key units. After that, you can kind of take it easy again. So these are all neutral, and you can see I got a 13k pirate boss there. Oh no, what will I do? They're all dead. Now, to be fair, I also do have an NP5 Rash already, but that's actually not like luck of the draw. That's very common to have happen. We've definitely rolled out a good chunk of FP, but nothing too much to be like afraid of in that regard, because 1-stars show up a lot. Okay, we got everybody charged. Same deal. We know Nita Chris isn't going to death proc the servant, so we're going to leave with the Jerker NP instead, just to get the lead buster card. And Eric Blood Axe, the man with the bloody axe, has his blood axe torn from his hand as he falls in a bloody heap next to his axe. And there you go, because the overcharge she got, she had increased death rate there, so she actually did death proc the side enemies. Been using Eric a bunch in the tower event. He's good. I mean, like, he's not like great, right? But like, a lot of people think that like some of the low star berserkers are just useless, and I'm like, no, they actually have a lot of value if you use them right. But yes, also don't forget your tower event, guys. I know a lot of people that are still not done with it. A lot. And if you're listening right now, you know who I'm talking about. Ah, yes, the Island of Wyverns, because Wyverns in Orleans weren't enough. Now we have an island of them. Anyways, this is probably a good point to stop here for right now. We will complete Okeanos in the next session, and I will just create another blue apple and punt for a later day here. Yeah. Now let me click on this. Oh, wait. I am going to keep doing this just to get my storm pods down. Hachi. Now, chat, I have something to show you guys on JP. I don't know if anyone noticed it. You technically could have already seen it. Technically. Ah! I'm almost done, only 50 floors left. Are you doing 3 at a time or 6 at a time? There, I'm looking. We'll see it in a second. I gotta get out of this node. 3? Oh yeah, if you're doing 3 at a time, you'll be done in no time. That being said, running 6 at a time is the entire reason why I didn't struggle with some of the nodes. Like, I saw people complaining that certain floors really got them, and I was like, even when I encountered one of those nodes, my like backline saved me from them ever becoming a problem. We need the Aboba emote. I don't know what that is. Is that Booba? I did the whole event with 3-man teams. It's faster to do it. I did the whole event with 6-man teams, and I beat a bunch of y'all. Okay, so chat. I prepped for the JP Lotto. So the only thing that's left in my thing are like stacks of, well, actually. Okay, technically there's this, but and that. So I do have some foes in here, but otherwise all that's left is just pretty large stacks of embers. Including a 300 stack of 5-star embers. I don't know what gave that to us, but like, goddamn. In here, chat, you'll notice something over here. My entire second archive is full of only 5-star all embers. In addition to what I already have in my mailbox. You'll also notice that's a duplicate, that's a duplicate, that's a duplicate, dupe, esports, 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 and esports. There's only one unit here I'm even leveling. Because now on my JP account, I have every Artoria face at level 100. Now, don't get me wrong. There's still plenty of Saber faces to get to 100. But I have them all at 100. And I still have 24 grams. So, I said, you know, I'm kind of good for right now. And I went and I looked at that and I was like, I'm going to need something to level up during the actual Lotto so that I don't ember cap. Because, as y'all saw, I don't have any other place to store embers, and all of my units are leveled. So I was like, I should not spend everything right now and blow all of my 5-star embers. But yeah, they're all level 100 now. And some of them I definitely can take to 120. Others, I cannot. That is the unfortunate nature. I think right now, she's capped. She's capped. Well, she's not capped yet, but she will be. I can take Yamato to 120 if I wanted. I can I could absolutely take Lily to 120 if I want. And that's, by the way, that's with all 5 pins unlocked. I was just like, damn, dude, I don't have anything else to do with those. Salter stuck. Like, I can get her close, but I would need another copy. Actually, I think the issue here is just bond. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, if I bonded her once or twice more, I'd get it. And then Lulter is an unfortunate sequence. Because I did get Lulter's mana loading append, because she kind of needs it, but I also only have to MP2 Lulter on JP. So Lulter's not going anywhere. Not in a hurry. She can be done. Oregon, I'm pretty sure, is stuck. And I can only do 3. She's stuck because I only have NP1. Yep, she's stuck as well. She could be done. This is a bond issue again, and that's easy to do. She can absolutely be done. It says 30, but that's just because I haven't bought her coins yet. The rest of these, I believe, NP1, 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 NP1. This is NP5. I could probably 120 her if I wanted. Do I have NP5 surf mode on JP? I think I do. Yeah, I do. I could probably get her close to 120, but probably not all the way. That's NP1. That's like NP3, I want to say. That's NP1. This might be NP5 for Lakshmi. Oh, it's only NP2. Okay. She just hasn't spooked me that much on JP. Zumo NP5? Did I roll for NP5 of her? Yes. I could probably get her. I can definitely get her. I believe she's MP5, but... Oh... That hurts. Gray I can definitely do. So, you guys can see, it's not like I haven't used Grails on JP other than the Saber Faces. So, the fact that I have every Artoria at 100 is... I'm still impressed by that. That is both a factor of how long I've been playing JP, how many Grails I've gotten, and also just how many Grails they've been giving out. They have given out a metric ton. And you guys can see, it's not like I lack 120s, right? So I basically, if we go look. She's the only one holding me back. Gotta keep an eye out for MHXA day. When are we getting Assassins, chat? Because next is Lancer, right? I don't see Summer Lancer Alter. I can't do anything about a unit that's not released. Yeah, but like when is the Assassin one is I guess what I'm asking. Because I don't know off the top of my head. It's Lancer, Rider, Assassin. Okay, so... And if I remember correctly, I think that's why I was, like, bonding them. Yeah, I'm trying to get her to bond 10. Rider... Do I have Made Alter bond 10? I should. Oh, no, I don't. Okay, so I need to be bonding both of them. She's as good as gotten. Not this. I I just watched the Brandon Herrera video because Steve pulled him up for me and he was watching him. So I was watching what he was watching. I just watched the Brandon Herrera video that he put out today. But then Steve went into another video where it was just him killing Hitler. Where he had, like, you know, the, like, how some of the gun tubers have, like, the gelatin mold that they'll shoot for, like, weapons testing? Well, they put, like, the wig on it and they gave it a mustache. And they just sat there constantly, like, doming it. And, like, hearing this, I was just like, God damn it, of course. Finally, someone did it. Yeah. They were like, "Oh, this is how Hitler died." They pulled it out, and like one of the other content creators that was with him was like, "Nah, Hitler died of old age in an Argentinian bunker." Like, God damn it, dude. The Producers is a great movie. I remember The Producers was not my cup of tea. But it definitely was funny. It definitely had its moments. It's not like up there as like one of the great comedies or anything, but like it was still a decent watch. At least for one time. Oh yeah, it stars Matthew Broderick. I forgot about that. The original or the remake? I've watched the one that this is from. So I suspect this is not like the original question mark? Oh, is that the original? Wait, they've remade it since then? It's mocking at chat for anyone that doesn't have the context here, but like, okay, let's do more of the storm pods here. Actually, wait, did my dailies reset? Yeah, they did. Okay, I was just trying to make sure here. Is this the Yee song? No. No, and if someone song requests that, they're gonna get banned. For obvious reasons, right? Like, yeah, I don't even want to get into that subject. That's just a testy subject. That being said, I have seen a lot of drama. I guess Tectone got banned again by Twitch. And I'm gonna be the first one to say I'm not a big Tectone fan. I feel like Tectone a lot of the times is just really malicious and rude. But I can at least empathize with getting unproperly banned. Drama Farmer, yeah. It's really funny because like he definitely wasn't, but I suspect that like Tectone has probably always wanted to get out of just being the gacha guy in a lot of regards. Because it makes sense, right? Like if you're the gacha guy, you have to spend so much money on everything. Whereas if you can get out of that and you can find a way to make money instead, you're just going to be swimming in it. So that's like the IRL tubers, the drama farmers, the people even that like are big name content creators for non-live service games and things like that. Oh, they rake in money. It's ridiculous. and then he seemed to get more unhinged. I think he just kind of has always been that way. My understanding is that Tectone basically goes to a new game, establishes dominance, and then increasingly like gets upset at the game and basically moves on to the next one while like gaslighting the old game. That's my understanding of how he's kind of always operated. Feels like he wants to farm drama. He definitely does now. Definitely. He's basically, to me, he's trying to become the new Asmongold, but Asmongold still exists, and Asmongold is not nearly as controversial in a weird way. I know plenty of people that hate Asmon. But I think, giving all credit to Asmon, I absolutely disagree with some of Asmon's takes, but I feel like Asmon at least always presents them in a thoughtful way. And it's just a difference of opinion usually. There's a reason the Left Behind games communities typically don't like Tectone. Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of, it's the example that I've given before of like, that's why you don't shit where you sleep, right? You don't shit on the way out, basically, is because you're just going to piss people off. Like, completely hypothetical, chat, but let's say like one day I were to like quit FGO. I feel like if I ever did something like that, I would sit there and I would be like, I had a great time. This game is awesome. I'm not going to tell anybody else to quit type deal. And I would just like move on. It would be that. Like, as opposed to, I definitely see people like, no, this game has become crap now. I hate this game. Nobody should play this game. And it's like, I understand why they do it. They're trying to like carve out their community from that game and bring them with them. But it's like, to me, I don't really see the point in doing that sort of thing, because even if you did, that person either already was loyal to you and was already going to watch you, or that person was loyal to the game and they weren't going to watch you. So trying to do that, all that does is it just creates bad blood. It's just going to make people upset with you. They're just going to be like, why are you shitting on the game that you were just praising, 2 months ago or something? I think Tectone is way more passionate than Asmongold, whereas Asmongold doesn't really get livid. He's really calm. Yeah, but I actually think that's one of the best selling points of Asmon. I mean, don't get me wrong. Maybe like the Gen Zers and the like, what is it? Is it Gen Alpha or something? I don't know who's under Gen Z now. But maybe like the youngest generations are way more like receptive to that like passion. I don't think there's a problem with it. But at least where I come from, usually when you make like arguments, you have debates, or again, just any sort of like drama type of stuff, usually the person that's losing their cool is the one that is like the irrational one. It's the one that you shouldn't listen to. They're the one that's like, they're not keeping their emotions in check. Whereas like, if you can explain something while remaining calm, if you can, make good, valid points, and you're constructive with criticism and that sort of stuff, it's like, yeah, I feel like regardless of that point, of the point you're making, I can listen to it, and then I can judge it whether or not I think the idea has merit and value myself. Whereas if the person's like screaming at the top of their lungs, if they're angry, they're upset, I'm going to instead look at like their emotion and their emotive state and like how they are conducting themselves. And unfortunately, their argument will be judged by that. I will see that they are tilted. And yeah, I mean, I might think they think very strongly about it, but I'll look at it and I'll just be like, this person's just unhinged. And that, in my mind, at least tells me usually it's like that person's probably not making sound, rational thoughts at the moment. Alpha's the newest generation. Is like 13-year-olds. Yeah. I think you're referring to Gen Z. No, I mean, like 13-year-olds are on the internet at this point. Look. If someone in chat is 13, I don't want to know. Don't tell me. Don't ever say it. Because if you do, I have to ban you. But basically, like, at the end of the day, assuming that they're not out there is naive. They're absolutely watching TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. Absolutely. And how do I know this? I have nephews. Yeah, they absolutely are. Oh, definitely Gen Alpha screwed. No, I wouldn't say they're screwed. I think, like, to a degree, every generation could be construed as being screwed, right? Like, I think they're fine. I think every generation will find its way. But certainly some generations will have issues. Like, if Gen Alpha has any issues, it's probably going to be due to COVID. Like, they just lost some good time during COVID that, like, in their formative years was meant to, like, help develop them. So that doesn't mean they'll be screwed, but it does mean that they may have issues with certain things. You know, next gen, they're going to get memed. Every generation gets memed. Like, every generation, right? And I think that's just a very, like, natural state of things at this point in time. Like, for better or worse, chat, every generation has had its issues, and every generation gets shat on by every other generation for their issues. This didn't used to be the case, but this is definitely the case now. I think Gen Z got fucked by COVID, graduation, first few job years ruined. Yeah, but I mean, I think the millennial generation also got screwed by COVID. I think every generation did, basically. I think the only ones that didn't are probably Gen X, and like boomers. I think like everybody like that age and older was probably came out of COVID fine. I think millennials and younger all got the shaft by COVID. And what's interesting is millennials are only now like finally moving into like positions of authority and power, mostly due to COVID was finally the mechanism that got a lot of people to retire. Finally, a lot of people were like, you know what? I don't feel like coming back to work. I'm done. Like, and at that point, you're finally getting some upward mobility, which is causing millennials to move up in the chain, which is causing other people to be able to come into the chain. But I think long term, there's still going to be issues. I think COVID, in a weird way, how we treated COVID, unfortunately, I think had huge repercussions on the economy. And not just even on the economy, you could argue like society as a whole. And I feel like not all of that will have been felt yet. Some of it will become apparent to us in a number of years. But I think, like, for instance, already just the idea of like work from home, telecommuting, like having remote access and remote meetings and stuff like that. I think all of that already existed pre-COVID, but it got amplified by like 1,000% during COVID and after. So I think like that's here to stay, and that's way more of a thing. No one is an exception? Yeah. The new study that the vaccines have caused complications to some people who took it years later. I don't know if it's true. I'd believe it. I took one vaccine, and I swore never to take one ever again. I'm not anti-vax, chat. Let me be clear. I have like for normal vaccines, I have all my vaccines. The COVID vaccine, I took one vaccine, and I swore never to take it again because how badly that vaccine fucked me up. And I was legitimately like, no. Like, something is wrong with that thing. Personally, I feel like that vaccine was not tested enough. I feel like we did things with that vaccine we had not done with other vaccines. And I think that there definitely is side effects what those side effects are and how soon they'll be felt, again, I don't know. Normal ones are great. The COVID one is trash. Yeah, I agree. Which one did you get? I think I had Pfizer. I can explain how it came out so fast. Oh no, I'm not under any confusion as to how the vaccine came out that fast. I am simply stating I don't think it was tested enough. And I think had it been tested more, there would have been some issues that would have arose and they probably would have gotten addressed. Because I mean, like, even post-COVID, like, how many of those vaccines got, like, walked back, right? Like, so it just kind of tells you, it's like, yeah, I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. The 2 times I took it, I got sick as fuck, never got COVID again after. See, it's really interesting. The time I took it, I got sick as fuck. I also never got COVID after. But I also didn't take the vaccine anymore after that. And I still didn't catch COVID. In fact, the times that I got really sick later on were like, I got the flu. I got an alternate strain of the flu. I had like really bad head colds and stuff like that. It's like, but they weren't actually COVID. And like, again, there was at least twice that I thought I had COVID. I went and tested myself and I didn't. Oh yeah, JC. And unfortunately, I think Big Pharma basically like, oh no, we have to release this. Oh no, like what's gonna happen? Oh no, and it's like, yeah, the governments were all compensating them, so just like, yeah, whatever, we're getting money off of this. I got the Moderna one, shot in my arm and it hurt. Same night I had chills and burning fever later on. Never gotten COVID prior to it. Yeah, no, mine was very much the same experience, Caliente. Like, I had the death chill. Like, I'll never forget the day I had the shot. I came, I streamed with you guys. I ended stream that night. I walked out of the stream room, got out of my, like, umbrella lights, right? And I was like, oh, shit. I was like, it felt like I stepped into Siberia in the middle of a blizzard naked. That's how cold I felt. I ran, I jumped, I got under the covers of my bed as fast as I could. I still could not get warm. Even like an hour later, after sitting under the covers, trying to warm myself up, I left the covers to like take care of the dogs, get them put to bed. And I had to like wear a blanket the entire time. I was still cold. And it was at that point where I was just like, I could not get warm. And because I could not get warm, that terrified me. Like, it's one thing to have some chills. It's another thing when you're like, oh my God, I legit might die. Right? Like, yeah, it's like you're sitting there and like that thought crosses your mind. That pissed me off. I'm like, I should never feel that from a vaccine. I don't care what the fuck I'm getting vaccinated for. I should never feel like I'm about to die from the vaccine. And that's where I just went like, nope, I'm good. I'm never taking this again. They get the weirdest tingles the first shot. Yeah, it's funny because my parents also said that like they had issues with the first one and then subsequent ones they didn't. And I'm just like, I don't care. Like, I do not give 2 shits about it. It's like one of those deals to me where it's like, I can totally understand that like your body can acclimate to it and it can get better, but I also just go like, no, I don't think it's worth the risk. Could not lift my arm for a week. Yeah, I never had anything like that. I feel like I definitely had some soreness, but it was just like, to me, that wasn't any different than like getting the flu shot. Like sometimes when I get the flu shot, I don't feel anything. Sometimes I get a little sore. Rather play it safe than to experiment. Yeah, that's kind of how I chose to look at it. It's like, I am not a high risk individual. At least in the sense, like, I had asthma, so I was maybe higher risk than other people, but like, I'm not high risk in the sense that, like, I'm going to be someone that's out there prolifically socializing, catching COVID. And I'm not going to be someone spreading it either in that regard. So it's just like, I'm not likely to catch it. I'm not likely to spread it. I don't really feel like I need it. And I totally understand the idea that's like, oh, everybody needs to get it. And it's like, that's fine. But I also feel like just sheltering in place worked for me. And I was one of those unique exceptions to the issues at play. Interesting, Neo. At this point, it's like the flu shot. You don't necessarily need it anymore. I mean, it's a good idea to go get the flu shot, right? Like, but at the same time, I also feel like the flu is something where it's like, if I caught it, I'd be fine. In the case of COVID, at least the shot's the only indication I've ever had. COVID seemingly fucked me up really bad. So I was like, yeah, why would I continue to expose myself to something that has that much of a detrimental impact to me? Because it makes you realize how many safeguards there are. Yeah. Like, I totally understand how they did it fast. I just am like, holy shit, we should not have done it. But to be fair, I also feel like a lot of the messaging on COVID was wrong. It's pretty much been proven now that herd immunity was the way to go on COVID, but we kind of got sold a lie all this time. In the same way that we got told, oh, the thing absolutely didn't come from a lab in China. And it's like, now everything I've seen basically since then has been like, I mean, it could have. And it's like, well, even if it did, it didn't come from that lab. And then it's like, okay, it came from that lab. And it's like, when you start watching like the media just keep shifting the goalpost like that, you're just like, okay, so they were right. It wasn't a conspiracy at all. And it's like, when I start seeing that crap, it's like, that's what I hate. I hate this, like, somebody brings up a very valid thing, and then because people don't like it, they treat it as conspiracy. I definitely think conspiracy theories are a thing. I definitely think there are some out there ideas. But to a degree, it's like the fact that no one was willing to look into that, I think, was part of the problem. Had a friend that got it, and he was also bedridden for like 3 days at least. Ugh. Felt like other dog shit was so bad. My dad had it, and my dad was like absolutely messed up. In fact, my mother and father have had it multiple times, and I've still not caught it. Yeah, I don't think Fauci's a good person. I don't need to get into that, but I don't think Fauci's like no. I got my first MLB K scope. Nice, Gruffles. Congratulations. Chat, I think we're gonna be done with FGO for the night. We're gonna go shy haluding. So I was talking to my buddy at work, and he was the guy that got me to get this game. Because we were both looking at it, we were both talking to each other about it. But like I told him, it's like, I have major misgivings with this game. And then he told me, oh, the devs are making the adjustment to the end game. And I was like, okay, like, sweet, we're fine, right? And then like from there, I started looking into more stuff, and I ended up getting the game, as you guys know. So I told him today, I was like, hey, just wanted to let you know I got the Dune game. And he's like, oh, that's really interesting. He's like, because I did too. So both of us ended up getting the game. And he was telling me, like, if you go die to the sandworm, you get the sandworm tooth. I had yet to die to the sandworm. And so, like, the first time you apparently get an out. So I went ahead and I died to the sandworm.
I dream of it. Amongst the wild.
And he's right. You get an out, you get the tooth, everything. So then right after that, I go put all my gear on. I go try to harvest some flower sand that's out there in the, like, the normal sand, right? And the worm comes back again and eats me.
In the likeness of the human mind. With that commandment, new avenues of human potential were explored. Mentats, Suk doctors, sword masters.
So I lost everything.
Bene Gesserit sisterhood. But it was the navigators and their monopoly on space travel that set the conditions for the Imperium. But I am telling you of the universe you already know. Let me describe the one you do not. In this other universe, my mother, Lady Jessica, consort to Duke Leto Atreides, gave birth to a daughter, a girl they named Ariste. Because of her obedience to the Bene Gesserit, Lady Jessica is trained as a truth sayer.
Nope, it's all gone.
Training, Lady Jessica was able to detect Dr. Yue's deception. Because of the forewarning of his betrayal, House Atreides survived the Battle of Arrakeen. Because of their survival, the Emperor declared a full-scale war of assassins. Because of the war, the Sardaukar were deployed to ensure spice shipments continued without interruption. Because of the Sardaukar, the Fremen were eradicated. There was no Muad'Dib, no Lisan al-Gaib, no Kwisatz Haderach. I see a universe where I, Paul Atreides, was never born. All my visions lead to horror, except this one. This one leads to you.
So I let that play because that is the premise of the game. That is the alternate universe that we're playing in. So basically, Paul Atreides, never born. Instead, she gives birth to a daughter. And because she gives birth to a daughter, it's because she was loyal. So because she was loyal, she gets properly trained as a truthsayer. Because she is trained as a truthsayer, she detects the doctor in House Atreides that was meant to assassinate the Duke. She detects his betrayal ahead of time. And then that exposed the whole Harkonnen plot there, which pisses off the Emperor. And the Emperor just says, fuck it, everybody's at war now. At least that's my understanding. They didn't really explain what a war of assassins is. I'm not really sure, but seemingly like everybody's at war with everybody. So I lost everything I was carrying on hand, chat. But I didn't lose my base. And welcome to my base, as we are up here in the second section now. So basically, I have all of this already kind of pre-built. So recovering my stuff, I'm still in the process of it, but it hasn't been too bad. In fact, I just got my thingy-doober there built, and there's a couple things we got to do here. The first is I am going to need the Cave of the Lost Pilgrim. I need to find the fourth. No, it's there, motherfucker. Okay, I actually have to go over there, so that's not too crazy. I do have to be a bit careful, though. I have not gotten my my planar belt or whatever the heck it was called built. Did a worm get it? Yep. That sounds like a thumper. Basically, the area I'm in has a ton of iron. It's really good. That is a PvP zone. I would really rather not deal with it, but, well, we're gonna cross it. That's just an NPC shooting at me. I have at least managed to fully build my steel suit. That white dust over there is flower sand. That is what we actually need to harvest. So this area is a PvP area. I can be killed here, but if I'm killed, like, I don't lose anything. The only way you lose something in PvP is if there's a Landsrad decree. Those are sort of... This is drum sand. That's not good. That's... Yeah, I was gonna say, it's absolutely gonna summon a worm. Wormy boy be coming. Thankfully, I should be far enough ahead of him that he can't get me. But that's basically how I died the first time. I have no idea what this area is. It's called the Anomaly. I have not really gone in it. Kind of terrified too. Don't know what the purpose of this area is, per se. Yeah, so basically I tried to harvest flower sand earlier and I just got absolutely eaten. You're going downhill, you can make it up to about 90 kilometers per hour. You can see the meter at the bottom. That is like my noise level. If it starts going haywire, that's when you know you've got a worm. But from everything my buddy told me, apparently, like, I can gain flower sand off of this patch, and like the worms will not bother me specifically at this one because it's not far enough out. You can also put your bike away, which is really, really helpful and nice. Oh man, didn't craft it. Well, I can at least manually gather. Not fast. I probably need enough for like 12 blocks, which I think it's like 5 flower sand per. So 12 times 5, I probably need 60 of this. Yeah, not yet. They haven't allowed it. I will say, if anyone is playing the game, feel free to come play with me. I do not mind. That is another player. Bro's gonna take all my flower sand. I've at least got 40 here, so this is a good chunk. There's 50. If I can just manage to get 8 more before this guy steals everything, would be good. The starter car heading this way. That's not good. Gonna greed a couple more. Yeah. There we go, we got that. I actually want to go do this 4th trial. Apparently the trials are super important. You want to get them done as soon as possible because they basically lock tech and features behind them. But that should be enough flower sand to actually get me what I need. Good news is, while I don't have my, like, Spencer belt, I do at least have a shield now that I looted out of one of the places. Yeah, I need to literally get up in this. It's up in the hammer. I have no idea how to get up in there. Do you have a power pack to run it? To run what? The shield? Yeah.
Someone here.
I don't have much in the way of ammo at the moment. Don't mind me! Oh my god, gang! What the heck was that? So, I'm not strong enough to kill them yet. I probably could if I had more ammo, but I totally forgot to craft more ammo before leaving base. I'm gonna have to find a way into this place. And that's gonna mean climbing. Got him. You have to do slow attacks to get through people's shields. It's kind of interesting in that regard. Oh my god, I thought he was still alive. I'm also going to take their blood when applicable because water is a little bit of an issue for me at the moment. Dude! Do they ever de-aggro? Like, goddamn! No! Ran completely around the corner out of sight. Adding walking without rhythm to the game in the future. Yeah, I could see that being like a Fremen technique that you have to learn. Because right now these trials are like you're learning the ancient Fremen ways. The Fremen are dead to the Sardaukar. Dead. They're not dead, chat. They've just disappeared. In the same way that they do in the movie. Like, they have gone elsewhere because the situation isn't right. Which will be interesting if like basically they have found the daughter and the daughter is the next like oh, this is not gonna work. Way too steep. Gonna come over here. But it'd be interesting if they found the daughter of House Atreides and, like, she's gonna be their next Messiah, in effect. I don't get it. I don't understand where I'm supposed to go to climb up this. I also don't know if it's going to keep draining my power to have my shield active. I'm going to start playing this weekend? Yo, definitely. I am on the Iron something server. But I'm having a blast with it. Like, I lost my gear, but I lost my gear due to my own ineptitude, and it's really not going to be that difficult to get back. Please, let me get to this. Let me get to this. Okay, I think I can climb up here. I've done this, you can tell, chat. I've had to climb shit way too much in Conan. That, like, even with a sheer cliff face like this, it has to be completely sheer. I will find a way up it. In fact, there's harder to climb shit in Conan than this. Now, that's gonna be a problem. I can't do anything about the sun. Well, somehow it went away. You're laughing, it's like there was just a road right over here. Cat is a goat? Quite literally, yes. Like, having played Conan gives me such an advantage. Just for knowing the general flow of things. Because, like, my buddy was like, how are you already in the second zone? I was like, don't worry about it. Like, it's just the way I am, man. I am fast at games like this. That's definitely the indicator that this is a journey path, so... There are a set of stairs here? Hey, you can see they've climbed up here. There's the stairs. If you have your shield running on the sand, the worms hate the sound of them. And you can get big worm aggro. Really? That I did not realize. Good to know. Can I play Roblox? I've never played Roblox. Who's the girl in the corner that I can see the health bar? The girl in the corner is Aurelia. I did say I would move that, though. Where is Aurelia? I need to move my own. Myself, like, right here. And where's Aurelia? Yeah, you're kind of in the way. Just gonna move you, like, right there. Kind of out of the way for this game, but that's just... The UI is, like, at each corner, essentially. Okay, so we've made it all the way up here. Going up again. Oh. Somebody fell off. Your water gauge is what determines your stamina, I've noticed. At least they're giving you, like, indicators. Like, that's... I love that that's, like, an in-universe way of, like, saying, like, hey, climb here. There's just some rope. It's very subtle, but it works. So these are probably just bodies that are always here. Probably indicating that this was the group that was trying to get in here. Or flower sand, baby. Let's go. Ooh, Holtzman actuators as well. I think you need those for shields. Yes, no problem, Trunks. Yeah, my still suit has water. I fixed that issue. Apparently, if you're only wearing one piece of still suit, your still suit doesn't function. You have to wear all the pieces for it to work, which makes sense. So.
The Sayadina and I made the long climb to hang a new prayer flag today. What a marvel that even in her advanced years, the Reverend Dejana can still scramble up the rocks like a spider. The only pity is, the prayer flag was of our own making. It seems an age since any siege community has gifted us with a woven symbol of devotion. There are so few pilgrims these days. But we here stayed true to our history and our faith. Though the off-worlders daily encroach upon us with their mines and their harvesters. Though a growing rabble of Kirab grows even bolder around our borders. We will remain faithful until the day we proudly answer the 7 mystic questions and pass into paradise with joy in our hearts.
Okay. Now give me the drugs. Oh, that's the good shit. It's sniffa time? Yep. Oh, this one's, okay. No, never mind. I was gonna say, this one's psychedelic, but then the, stuff left. So this is the 4th trial that I'm on. You can see there's no more bar or anything, so nothing, like, expires while you're in here.
Honor the Creator, Ibn Tertaiba. Our enemies are as blades of grass mown down. Do you understand, Wali?
Uh-oh.
Our God gave us the gift of Tao and the words of the Kitam Alibar. Knowledge without action is empty. Be right.
Got him. That's a Sardaukar.
During our wandering, we came to Seleucus Sicoris. It was a place devoid of gods, where the drums of war were constant and violence was a religion. They denied us the Hajj, never to forget, never to forget.
What? Oh, was I just supposed to lose? Okay.
Fire of God, mount over thy heart. The fire of God set alight. Thine enemies shall fall.
Oh, prescience. It's the spice prescience. I've done the spy. Okay. As I say, I can't tell if I'm supposed to just keep battling them or something. I assumed I couldn't leave, so...
How do we honor the Creator? We fight. Remember Salusa Secundus, Bila Kaifa.
Is Cat a space ninja? More like a spice ninja.
Ibn Kertaiba, the fire of God set alight. How do we honor the Creator?
We fight.
We fight. Remember Salusa Secundus, Bila Kaifa.
Okay, so the spice effect is gone from my eyes now. We're coming back out of the dream. But that's, I think, a Chris knife, so like... Yeah, this is weird. Every time you go through one of these, you have to reconnect. I don't know why. For space honor? Yes. Oh! It's just playing it again. So on Iron Watch, yes, I'm on Iron Watch. I don't remember what siege I'm in. Whatever it says here. Yeah, Siege Tharwa. There you go. I picked one of the like low pop ones. I think it's because I hit escape. Ah. Chat. I don't have any more Dr. Pepper. I'm gonna die now. And this is my character, chat. I think she's quite nice looking. I did the best I could. The game makes good looking characters, but it doesn't have a whole lot of range. Effects of spice. Consuming spice or being exposed to spice fields allows you to progress towards a prescient state. The prescient state allows you to access a third ability. Reduces ability cooldowns and increases damage dealt. It also grants immunity to poison effects. Okay. To experience prescient state, you'll experience a withdrawal phase. You cannot consume spice. Your tolerance to spice also increases, making it more difficult to reach the prescient state again. Time your tolerance level will decay, but you can choose to overcome it by consuming greater quantities of spice instead. The choice is yours. Oh, we can go deeper into our spice addiction, chat. Now I understand why this game is considered to be, like, higher. I have plenty of water here. One of the other things is, let me check my skills. So I finally can slot in a 6th skill, or a 3rd skill here. So Shigawire Claw, come to me. Hell yes. So now, oh yeah, oh yeah. Now I'm like Spider-Man. Oh, the game's gonna regret giving me that skill. I can stop anytime I want. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm glad I came up here. Let's go. There's also another Dew Reaper. On a nice low cooldown, too. Yeah, I was gonna say, I suspect this is leading up to the top of the hammer. Ooh, there's an ornithopter up here. So it's a broken one. There's nothing I can do with it, but I can at least harvest it for parts. I get Holtzman actuators from it, so kind of worth. I wonder if you can build up here. No. Okay, this is a no buildings. Wait. Wait. Does that go to the top of the skybox? Because then, like, in theory, you could actually, like, get something above this. I hope they thought of that. Now, you know what would be great, chat? If I had my, my suspensor belt, and then I could just jump off of this. But instead... Okay, that's down there. I was gonna say, if that's in here, holy crap. Mirzaba's head. I need to find the middle point for what I'm about to do, chat. Because I'm gonna regret this probably. Oh! What did I have equipped, and why was it not my Shigawire Claw? There's the parachute when you need it, right? You can see somebody built up here. I would not be able to do this without this claw. Now you can, just like in Conan, ledge grab as you fall. There you go. I abused it. Other than that, like, weird thing where I pressed the Shigawire Claw and instead it pulled out my construction builder, I was fine. But that one, I don't know what that did, and that got me killed. So, I had the right idea. It was the execution that was flawed. Oh! No, I'm so much smarter. I'm so much smart. I'm an idiot, chat. Because I could have done this. That's somebody's base that they built up there? Because that's just... Oh. No, I think that's an actual thing. No fall damage in vehicles? Correct. Oh, I'm heading the wrong direction. Need to be heading west. Actually, looks like there's a thing here that I need to do. Not gonna hit me.
Interloper.
Coming for you, scum.
Got him. Give me more of your blood. So this is a thieves' place? Better keep my knife on me. Yeah, Oh, damn, and there's a heavy. I don't know what that move is that he does, but it totally drains me of stamina.
Attack.
Got him. Worth the ammo there. Your blood. Person had gear. Look, you rub heavy pants. It's actually heavy armor. Wait, is this a dungeon? Come on, people. I'm prepared to do an entire dungeon. Medium blood sack, that's one less I have to build myself. I only built one earlier, so that gets me back to the 2 that I had.
I have followed the way of the Kirab for many years.
Kirab.
But never did I imagine we would one day be holding the Suk Alusus at the very foot of the Fremen's holy hammer, their Mirzabah. It is indeed a fine place for our annual market, now that the Fremen are gone. For that, I suppose we should give thanks to the Sardaukar. Not that I have any great love for the Emperor's war dogs, you understand. I fear the drawn crysknife more than the
Dude.
Sardaukar sword. Yes, a fine place indeed. But you still won't find me anywhere near that innermost chamber. It reeks of dreaded curses and foul omens.
I have no stamina. God. Okay, that person at least had a leaf dispenser belt. Oh. Does anyone know, can I also not take fall damage with that? Because so, that's kind of arguably better, but... One fucking bullet. Is that the thing I needed for my contract? Well, doesn't look like it. Oh, thank you. I have actually been forgetting to activate my shield. God, I hate those heavies, dude. Ugh. Only the packs of enemies really cause me issue as melee. Like, 1v1 I can kill just about all of them. Okay, that's a resource scanner. Oh good, more ammo. Yeah, see, I haven't had to craft very much ammo. Because the game does give you a lot. And I was, like, temporarily out, but it looks like the game is just giving me more. My water is getting pretty low, but that's not much of a concern. I actually still have a shit ton of water on me. Or thieves market for information. Yeah, but we're not done here, so may as well like go all the way through and kill whatever's at the end of this. Unless this is just another way out. I think it might be. Heavies take so much fucking ammo, dude.
Die! I'm out!
No, it looks like I can just hold down spacebar and it works. Yo. It's actually a really decent chest there. Same with that. Drank some of my still suit water. Oh. Can I end the Spice Prescient state? I actually didn't mean to hit the button. Because it's clearly draining my bar there. Thankfully, you don't take, like, sun damage when you're on a vehicle. That is such a, like, nice quality of life, because it would get really annoying otherwise. Okay, this will actually lead me right between the drum sands. There's at least something in the area. Probably because I'm wearing my stupid shield and or using my Spice Prescient state. Can someone Google it for me how to end the Spice Prescient state? Before I use up my entire spice gauge? worm right there. Hitting Z doesn't turn it off? Nope. Worm's gonna be hot on my heels. It may just have to run out, but if so, it lasts an exceedingly generous amount of time. My eyes just glowing are kind of funny. Oh, there's someone's ornithopter. Very cool game. Very cool. Yes, very cool. This thing handles so ass. Google just saying, seems you gotta let it run out. That's fine. Okay, you can restore dew, or you can drink from plants to get dew off of them up to, like, the first third of your bar. We're back at my base. Ah, finally. Drink. Then I will deposit blood. Gotta get the improved one of these. I will drink again. I will drink again. And now, like, my still suit's almost completely full. And we still have plenty of room. So I'm gonna craft 24 of those. And I'm gonna craft 4 of those. We'll run over here. And I'm gonna craft 15 silicone blocks. It's actually really nice. I do have power issues right now in the base. If you see over here, I'm at 65 out of 75 circuit power. I'm not sure if depositing more fuel cells over there will let that turn on. Get both of them on. Okay, it does increase circuit power, so if I keep both of the things running, I can run E. You could apparently rebind the key to avoid fat finger. Oh no, it's fine. I'll get used to it. It's just one of those deals where it's like I hadn't had to yet. Not sure what goes in these slots. Maybe a second one of each? Ah, sandbike booster. Got a second backup tool? Oh! Interesting. Okay, so now there's a booster on the back of this, which should make it go faster, I guess. There is a maximum you can repair stuff for. That booster, because it's a looted item, just already kind of sucks. It only has half. I can customize this, though. I haven't really shown you guys the customization. There we go. My Mala one. There's my Chome one. So I can have a white bike. A blue bike. Or a red bike. I kind of like the red one because it has the red windshield, so it looks cool. Turn off my shield, because again, I don't know if like running your shield constantly causes like a drain on your shit. And I'm like kind of paranoid about that. Red ones go faster, right? Not Dun Stallion? I mean, I kind of can't, right? Not a horse in this one. So you can walk up to these and hit quick deposit, which is F. And if you already have something in there, it'll just deposit it for you. So that's a nice thing. There's absolutely something that needs to be crafted for me. I don't know why it's playing this music, because it's kind of like the combat music. We already got the Survey Probe launcher. I could craft the Emperor's Wings. Jump twice to activate and float upwards. Huh. That's what I need. Static compactor. I have just enough iron ingots for that. Gonna have to go get more iron. Need to craft some more light darts. And why are we playing this noise? See, that's like flower sand down there, but that's trying to get that. That's how I died. One worth. Let's see here. Eeks. Unfixed Christnay. Very brittle, cannot leave the owner's person. Oh, wait, personal fabricator. I got a handcraft. Literally don't have a single plant fiber on me. Gotta be kidding me, game. Let me go get my 500 stack. Want a tip that might help you? Yeah, sure. Go for it. Wish I could combine those two. At the top where it says backpack, hit the down arrow. Oh yeah, your vehicle has to be out though. And my vehicle has to have inventory, which it doesn't. But yeah, no, I've heard about, which is interesting. It is nighttime. I actually need more iron. Because I think right now I'm dominantly gated by iron. Okay. I have like so many of these spawns near me that like I can't really run out of iron. I just stopped gathering it because like I didn't have the water to do anything with it. Yeah, I think if you go into the sub-fief, that'll do it. I think that one I had already discovered as well. I just hadn't been splitting the stuff because I was like, well, kind of need it on one generator by far the most. Okay, so there's dew on this. So if you have dew, you can actually collect it, basically. You can see. Just filling it, because it's a poor harvest time, and I don't have a container, because my leader John is basically full. Let's see. There is copper ore up here. I'm gonna grab. Could go kill those dudes, but I don't really care enough to. But yeah, basically I have so much like movement tech now that I'm golden. Between the Bindu sprint and the grapple, ain't much in the game that's gonna stop me. Totally used up all my water, but that's fine. No new journeys track. Wait. Joy in a house. This is basically how you copy your base. Apparently you can sell base designs. I think that's a cool idea and concept, but I don't think that's... I feel like people are just going to craft their own. Like, maybe if you're, like, really lazy, and you're just like, man, I just want, like, some prefab shit, like, real fast. I could see it, but otherwise I suspect just about everybody else. Actually, because it's nighttime, we're gonna harvest some dew, chat. This is the optimal dew harvest time, as you can see. Oh. Sometimes the climbing in this game just is jank and does not work. It would happen sometimes in Conan, but it happens like all the time in this game. At least that I'm noticing. Oh, I actually lost health from that. Oh shit. Have you built a water cistern? I've built one. It's like 20 iron ingots to build one, so I've been like, I don't know that I want to do that. What I need is I need the advanced purifier. I kind of hate this interface that it's like a scroll bar. In Conan's it is too, but there's images and you can then click on them, and it's like this kind of makes it more difficult to process a lot of info at once. Like, they do at least have it broken down into types, but I'm gonna craft a couple more of those. Ew. Oh yeah, I don't know which of these. That's the equipped one. I'm going to put that there. Now I have a backup tool, but this will have my bike in it. See, like, this music, this feels like this is combat music. It's like, it's making me feel like my base is under attack or something. Okay, so there's nothing I can refine at the moment. So let's look at... Actually, I'll show you guys the skills. So here's what I have equipped. I currently have Compel, which is Bene Gesserit, Bendu Sprint, which is Bene Gesserit, and then Shigawire Claw. These three are like super useful. I have Manipulate Instability, which again just is allowing me to like deal more damage to stunned units. Metabolize Poison. This one's not that great for me yet. I haven't encountered poison at all, really. And Trauma Recovery is okay. I actually haven't really seen that. Like, I've seen this trigger once, and besides that, I just haven't really noticed it. So I could certainly use another like passive technique there. This is an interesting idea, but I'm not sure what the heck that is. Battle Hardened seems super useful, but Battle Hardened literally only applies to trooper skills. So it would literally only apply to my Shigawire Claw out of everything else I've unlocked. I gotta find the advanced trooper trainer. I think he's somewhere in the capital. I'll learn that. I'll learn that. Compactor improves the efficiency of its resource yields. Not as big of a deal. Something tells me that will be like really nice down the line. Right now, it's not a huge concern. Hasn't been an issue really. Like the time I had to climb the anvil, it was an issue, but like or the hammer, it was an issue, but besides that, it hasn't been an issue at all. You now create sync charts of areas revealed by your surveys. Blank sync chart in your inventory. Why did I not read that line? Whatever. I'll grab it. You can always respec. It's a thing. I think it costs money, but I haven't really encountered that. This shit's still making. Is very brittle. Holy shit, it's 191 damage though. I don't get it. Like, that's way more than anything I can do. Like, my current knife is like 10 damage. So it's just like a one-off insta-kill if I really had to? I guess. Like, I can see the value in that. Okay, let's... Actually, we can run it for right now. No, oh. Block. Recipe unknown. I can learn it. How to rate MK3 eel ingots. I don't know how I get that. Garment fabricator. Looks like shit's getting expensive now. Head to shield. Okay, yeah, these are all steel products. This is beyond me. I probably shouldn't have touched that. Melange spiced beer? Yo? Have you ever wanted to put drugs in your beer, chat? I know I haven't. Ah, there it is. There's the buggy. So, my understanding is people skip the buggy, but the buggy is, like, super important for harvesting resources. Ah, yes, the slaver still suit. Oh. Sounds like a big ornithopter. Yeah, why am I still seeing spice in the sky? Sniff it, drink it? Yeah. Okay, this is literally just gonna drain my shit faster. Let's repair that and then turn that off. I'm very much just like, hey, let's turn off anything that I don't need at the moment. I keep the blood purifier running, I keep the fabricator running, I keep the ore thing running, because I use those all the time. Everything else, turn it off. I can always turn it on when I need it. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Probably shouldn't carry around the Kirab heavy pants, because just in case I die again, it's probably a good idea to keep some of it off of me. I'm technically ready for another foray. I'm pretty stocked up on stuff. I think the only other thing would be maybe crafting some bandages. I still don't really understand what the handheld resource scanner is supposed to be. God, I just wanted that, but I couldn't double click enough times to get it into my inventory. Okay, it did. I was like, holy shit. Did not want to give that to me. Sure, I kind of have everything I need. I have a little bit of welding wire. Probably could use more, but that's fine, honestly. And I'll actually throw the one Dew Reaper in there. Not sure how I boost myself. We'll find out. Yes, I have actually gotten spice addicted. Feels good, man. Yee-hoo! You can't shoot me if I jump off a cliff like an idiot. Of course, the one thing. The greatest enemy of the sand bike. A singular rock. How do I boost? Ain't no fucking way that thing was that close to eating my ass. That is another sandworm! Bro! I am stuck in a PvP zone because Lay Sandworm refuses to move and is like predicting my freaking existence. Oh, is that to hold the booster down? Okay. Should be good now. Yeah, dude, I ain't fucking with these worms, man. Can't believe the worms are hacking. They're definitely, like, getting smarter. I don't know how they're getting so close to me. I really don't. Like, I always, like, get some rumblings, usually about as I'm finished crossing. But, like, they're getting there, like, the second I touch the sand. And it's like, holy shit, dude. Dude, I get so much more silicone this way. See, this is what I needed to craft. My understanding is you basically need silicone for everything. Use seal to kill a sandworm? You're not wrong. So this is just me, like, preventing myself from having to make future trips. I shouldn't have left my vehicle out, but I was worried that the, like, sun was gonna become an issue. The chat, pee-hole. Now, I have to divide that in 5s, but that's something like... almost 500 silicone blocks. Or no. It's nearby again. I think the worms just stay in an area. Maybe it's the booster I have on? Maybe it's just causing my vehicle to... Oh, that's radiation that's building up from the anomaly. I didn't notice that the first time. I believe some do patrol areas. Oh. Definitely more than some. Dude, I fucking hate the sand bike. This is gonna get me killed. Like, there's gonna be a player here one time as I go to do that, and my vehicle's just gonna go poof and just go straight into the wall, and bro's just gonna pop me. And I know it. I'm calling it now because I know it will be a thing. I'm not using the booster if I don't have to, really. Think higher tiers of bike do handle better? It wouldn't surprise me. I don't remember how to see the time of day. There is a way, because, like, there is an optimal dew harvesting time. Yeah, water is the issue. Oh boy. I'm still full. I still haven't gotten rid of all of my blood. No. Alright, let's see what I can build, because I think that's one of my issues here. And with the silicone blocks, I should be able to build just about anything I actually need. So... improved blood purifier, I need more iron ingots. Oh, that's copper ingots. Okay, hold that front door. I'll build a second one of those. We just need to go get more iron. No issue with that. It is going to be another issue with water, though, as this is just the problem. Actually, yeah. Hold that thought. There we go. Drink what I can there. Once you get the dew harvester, I feel like the water problem is functionally solved. And this isn't even optimal harvest time. If I waited longer, I would get more. But I also know, like, I just don't actually need more. Like, I won't even be able to finish this whole field. There you go. Resources thankfully respawn really fast. Shouldn't keep doing that. Let's craft the iron first. Because the second I hit craft on that shit, I will lose... Oops. Not fry these. See, now it's optimal dew harvest time. And look at this. This is pretty much... That pretty much got me an entire liter, John, full of water. That's just fucking nuts. But basically, the optimal time is right before dawn. So no evaporation has occurred yet. And it's had the longest time to grow. That was likely a ship. You can go to a ship and you can harvest stuff from it. You'll get rare schematics and stuff, but the worm will eat it pretty much the second you go to it. So the best advice I was given was that just go to the left side of the ship, grab the rear panel off of it, and get the fuck out of there. Because that is the best panel, and you only have time to harvest one thing. So it's like, don't fuck around with it. Just do it. That shit to make more. Deposit more blood. And cry. That thing is going to be running a long time. Low-grade lubricant. Fuel cell and silicone blocks. Oh. Industrial grade lubricant. Vice. Of course. Headset's about to break. Let me change this out, chat. Oh. I can't get the panel off of it. There we go. I don't have fingernails as well. There we go. It is definitely one of the things I like about this headset. Other headsets I could definitely just plug them in, but just having the ability to hot swap that so you can just go right back to being wireless. It's so nice. I'm never tethered. So I think it was I wanted to craft the improved purifier. That's gonna take some complex machinery. I don't have very much of it, but I'm just moving the water between it. Because unfortunately the mistake I've made is that I basically have to wait till that finishes. But we can test this, chat. How do I have no ammo for this all of a sudden? Game sitting there distracting me with loot.
Restock incoming!
Is there another person over here? Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. Okay, so we got more blood. Doesn't look like there's anything else other than salvage metal. Honest to God, so far salvage metal is the most, like, worthless material. Christ, dude. But now I really shouldn't have to leave other than to do more of the trials. And quests. Everything else I think I need is like here, right at my base, which is really, really nice. That's one of the reasons I built this base in the location that I did. Yeah, so this can hold a lot more blood. It also just straight up is converting it at a much faster rate. This shit's gonna be going for forever, dude. It's never finishing. I see why people do multiple, like, things to build stuff. Like, for instance, with the ore in particular, that would make a lot of sense for me. But also, I usually don't need enough of it for that to be a problem. Okay, so... You also get the recycler way earlier, and I love that. That's so much of a nice change. This is the Kaladin set that I got for purchasing the good edition. There's a prudent store. Doesn't look like I can craft any of the other, like, steel stuff yet. Even though I've technically learned some of it, it's kind of a non-issue. Yeah, see, this takes fucking forever, man. Okay, so the next question is, if that's the 4th trial, where's the 5th? We already did that. I already did that, and I already did that, I think. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like all of this is just more par for the course. Yeah, I'm gonna let the blood flow, and while that's flowing, I'm going to do that. Okay. Sorry about that, chat. Let's see. Why is it still giving me this weird glow effect? Because I'm water sealed? I think it normally does that when I'm indoors. Look real quick at my research again. Out arm. Artesian dirk. See, that's steel. That's what I need, chat. The Fremen Death Steel. You can pick up an entire corpse and throw it in that, and it will just convert it to water. That's what we're after. A wind trap. The big body grinder? Pretty much. Get a heal kit MK2, but I don't feel like that's worth... Did I not know that? I feel like I knew that. Parts, silicone block gun parts. An artesian sword. Ooh. We got everything from the iron line. That's the suspensor belt. The leap suspensor belt, so it doesn't matter. I don't understand really melange spice food. I guess it's just like you consume it specifically for like getting yourself spiced. Maybe it's like if you want to do it multiple times in a row. Okay, how are we coming on the blood? So it's almost done. When that hits 0, chat, we are good. And I'm gonna pull everything out of this and dismantle this, because I don't want it taking up... Like, there's no point in running 2. 1 is, like, triple efficiency of the other one. So it's like, I don't really see any reason to run this. It's just a drain on the base resources. The Destil does eat a fair amount of power. Okay. Yeah, power is probably like long-term my biggest concern, because I hope there's some sort of like way to get power without just having to go out and like farm like scavenged fuel cells. Because there's not a whole lot. Like, they're around, but like it's not like easy to get that necessarily. So I'm hoping there's like a radioactive reactor or something like later on down the line. Come on, you can do it, Blood Purifier. I believe in you. You did it! I don't know if that means that there's still some in there. Oh boy, 70 salvaged metal. I don't know why that doesn't want to just like stay still there, but sure. Okay, let's make sure we can't store anything. The big thing was... yeah, somehow I'm out of ammo again. I suspect I accidentally stored my ammo. That would be correct. Definitely don't need 1,000. Can I split? Yes. Take 500. That's plenty. I can blow a hole in anything with that amount. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. First of all, let's drink. Second of all, how the fuck did I end up with so much, flower sand in my inventory? Like, no thank you, game. Okay, it's almost becoming night. That's good. Night is sort of just the optimal time to travel. Dude, I don't know what the fuck is going on over here. If it's just like some player is farming them, or they just perpetually shoot back and forth. But I swear to God, it sounds like they're just always fighting. Like, always. That must be like a really lucrative place.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Of course it is. Not much I can do. I'll just try to cross the entire gap in that time. Turn on my booster. I did have 2 minutes. Dude. Why are there so many of you?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'm considered sheltered right here, so I'm literally just gonna sit tight. You can see the sandstorm on the map. You can see it's pretty big. There's the end of it coming. They don't last very long, but it's like you don't want to get fucked up by it. It's funny, I'm basically, this is this guy's gate to his house. I'm literally abusing the fact that I'm like just inside the frame of it, and it's giving me sheltered status. Okay, it's gone. Be fine. Gonna take this dude's shit. Gonna take his blood. That's what he gets for chasing me that far. I don't know why the fuck those dudes were so damn ornery. Did I fill up my leader, John? Yes, I did. Like, the move I was doing was really not that risky. They just did not want to let up. So we're going to be trying to cross into a new sector here, by the way, chat. That will probably not be easy. And this crossing is somewhat dangerous. Okay. But at least since we've gotten a sandstorm, I don't really have to worry about it. I don't know what determines the overheat level of a booster. As like, I don't see any actual indicator. I guess I just can't hold it down that long. The temp gauge on the right-hand side? You're talking about the thing that looks like the symbol? That's orange? As best I can tell, that never changes color. Not the smartest place to cross, chat. I may regret this. That was quicksand. I was right on the edge of it. I felt it pull the vehicle. Okay, we made it. We're now in a new biome. He is just not to get murdered while I'm here. Andaf Kadir. I can't tell if this is like a city or full of enemies.
What?
I don't know where that woman went. Not gonna question it. $47, huh? $29. Motherfucker! I am so lucky. I am so lucky I did not fall all the way back down. This looks like this is another location for another trial. So I won't be surprised if I have to come back up here. But this is an easy way to climb, so I'm taking advantage of it. Here we go. Diamondine dust, carbide scraps, sand trout leather, still suit tubing. Interesting. Okay. Wow. Never mind. I crossed at a good location. If I had tried to cross there, I was fucked. I was fucked. This was a long route, but it was safe. I mean, other than worms, right? Doesn't look like there's a town. Probably one further to the east, which is actually where I need to go. And this is the other reason why I, Come on. Come on, game. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. This sand bike controls like trash on rocks. Whee! Oh, my shield's not active. That's very bad. Okay, should be safe. Turn that off. The way I'm protected. Did just drink some out of my still suit. Playing east here is not going to be the easiest. Go northeast, but I believe the place I'm trying to go to is straight east. Okay, so this is the Haga Rift. This is another location I'm looking for.
I see someone.
No, you don't. You ain't seen shit. Try to climb this. $74 meters? That might not be enough. Fuck me. Might be the only way. Yeah, it's definitely the only way. God, dude, the Shigawire Claw, if I did not have this, I could climb all of this still. It would take double the amount of time that it is taking me. I definitely saw the indicator there. What's cool too is it doesn't use stamina. So like I can do that, I can hover, like none of that uses stamina, and that's wild to me. That is another shipwreck, which is definitely a PvP zone. I really don't want to go there. And unfortunately I have to, it looks like, so I'm going to have to go right by that. Looks like there is a crossing underneath that. I can go over there. The good news is, it doesn't look like I have to contend with sandworms on top of this? Question mark? Please, no, no, no. No sandworm. No sandworm, no. That not a PvP zone? That wreck not PvP? That's so interesting if it's not. I'll have to come back later to check that out. Hey chat, we could be playing Death Stranding too. Same experience. So not delivering packages. The first zone is a PvP shipwreck? That's what I thought too. Also, wait, how do you know that? The spice must flow. Desert edition? What does that mean? Like you just been watching someone else play?
Who is the Creator? Ibn Qirtaiba. May his passing cleanse the world. Do you understand, Wali? Our God gave us the gift of thought, and the words of the Kitab al-Ibar, their works have been opened. Shai Halud cleanses Arrakis, creates the air we breathe, the soft sand where we pitch our tents, and smites our enemies.
Oh. So this is quicksand.
We grew soft on Poritrin, an easy planet, and God brought the weight of kindliness to prepare us for the typhoon comes.
Yeah, it's so weird, because, like, it seems to me that the Fremen, like, it seems to me that the Fremen were nomads, and, like, they're not originally from Arrakis, which is, like, wild, right? Because, like, they act like they're instead some sort of, like natives that, like, that's how they know so much about Shai-Hulud. Thank you, God, that didn't want to give me this second jump. And they wiped out another world originally, wasn't it? I guess. Like, I assume it happened, like, so long ago that that's a thing. But, like, I know that's also how, like, the entire prophecy plays in.
The world is a carcass. Who can turn away the angel of death? Our footsteps are as the drums of the slavers, calling Shai-Hulud upon our enemies.
Men must learn to live with their gods. Who can deny a Fremen the right to walk or ride where he wills? Only Shai-Hulud, the Maker. Cleanse the world. Remember Poritrin. Be la Kaifa. Ibn Kiltaiba. Who is the creator? The Maker. May his passing cleanse the world. Remember Poritrin. Be la Kaifa.
So I wonder if that gives me the ability to make thumpers now. It would seem so. I don't know how many trials there are. I assume 7. The very top right of the map? Bro. Yep, it truly is. Which I suspect will be difficult. Gotta book it though, because I'm gonna definitely begin to have water issues. Especially as I try to make it out of here. Because we're all the way at the bottom of this cavern. Carbon ore, ooh. Iriate cell. So something tells me, like, all of that was shit that I, wouldn't normally have at this level. Bro, what was that? Yeah, like, I am legitimately curious about the backstory of, like, Dune and its races. Game? Game? Trying to fuck me. That's the first time I've seen movement. I did not go the right way at all. I can't go down. That's probably worth. The fact that there is no fall damage with a vehicle is, like, hilarious to me. I kind of get why it would be a problem, but also, like, the fact that there's none just lets me, like, plow right off a cliff like a lemming. Yeah, I kind of want to know more about, like, the origins of the Fremen and stuff. Like, I like this game's covering it, but I've always been confused by that aspect of Dune. Oh, this looks like this is sand. And I need to be careful because there is no guarantee that I'm not just going to get, like, immediately swallowed. Also, did I actually get a thumper? No. Let's see if I can harvest carbon ore. I doubt I can. Not effective. Well. Can at least pick up the nuggets. That should be enough for like one. I found, like, even if you can't harvest something yet, the fact that they give you stuff like that actually makes it easier on you. Because you can scratch together enough for, like, maybe one item or something, and that just saves you so much pain and suffering. I was gonna do my thing here, but I don't know if there will be another, like, zone to the north, or if this is considered the same zone. Admittedly, it seems like... I don't want to speak too soon, but admittedly, it seems like sandworms aren't a thing in this zone, which is kind of wild. I'm not even bothering. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not even bothering to stop. Just asking for it. Unsure if edge of zone. Oh, that's it. Right there. Need 87 more meters. Dude. Such a waste. I mean, actually, I say that I don't even know what it takes. Drug powers go, yeah. Oh, this will be close. Be real close. I'm surprised I haven't gotten a sandstorm while I've been in this area. There we go. At least now I can see all of this shit. Nice try, game. You thought you could fuck me. But it is I who fucks in the night. I'm staying right here until that dissipates. I am not moving. Because I have no idea if I can be like poisoned by that.
The Sardaukar destruction extends even to these small shrines. I cannot decipher their purpose, but the altar seems to have contained a quantity of spice. And the murals. Such beauty to be destroyed by the cut of a lasgun or blade. All I could decipher from here is another step on the journey of the Zensuni Wanderers. Very broad. Perhaps there's some link between the Zensuni and the Fremen.
I just got a Sandbite PSU 3. Hell yeah. Finds the power, efficiency, and controls the heat dissipation. Interesting. They'll like how I deal with mines, chat. Just run over them, forehead. Now I gotta find the 7th trial? Oh, apparently there's a Swordsmaster quest mine. I don't like that when the music stops. In the Red Maw? Oh. Okay. Southwest. Can I mark the map? Yes. Yes, I can. Yeah, see, like, I would have thought there would have been, like, a really hyper-aggressive sandworm here. There's not. The heat index in this area is fucking killing me, though. It is just draining my water. Because, like, comparatively, I actually haven't spent that long outside. Yeah, this is probably the easier route. Rather than snaking through all of that stuff. Maybe you also don't have to go by the wreck. Close. Still to the west. What the fuckity fuck? Huh? I feel like that's a thinking machine right there. That looks kinda blasphemous. I don't know how the heck else it flies. Granted, we got that shit up in space, but... So chat, I don't know how familiar you guys are with the Dune lore. You know, I'm okay familiar with it, but I haven't read the books or anything like that. I've just seen both, I think, the 80s and current movies. People fly in those things without computers. How do they do it? Drugs. They get so psychedelically spiced up that they just imagine where the heck they want to be, and they are suddenly in a new location. And that's how the entire ship moves. But you see, you don't just get that way from, like, one overdose. You get that way from, like, a lifetime of spice and gene manipulation. know what? I'm getting off this bike. Because that just looks like death down there. Can I actually fall? Survey says yes. Oh my god, I'm still not even all the way down. What I was worried about. Jesus, they take a lot of hell.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'm fine. Sandstorm can't do shit.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Niffa. Good night, Katana. Or, oh, sorry. Good night, Field. Knee? The fuck is that? That's clearly a Fremen. That's clearly Shia Lud, but is that a bat? That feels like Conan all over again.
Why were we created? Ibn Qirtaiba. Our God gave us the Hurasikali Wana, the wind that eats flesh, and the words of the Kitab al-Ibar carry shelter always against the coming of Kralizek. Bila Kaifa.
Oh. Interesting.
We were exiled from Nilotic al-Urobra for our unwillingness to fight.
Wait, like, what am I supposed to do with this? Huh? I think it restarted me.
For our willingness to forget. And the judges said, mine enemies are like green weeds eaten down, that did stand in the path of the tempest. Hast thou not seen what our Lord did? The weight of a kindly God is a fearful thing. Why did God create us? We are the action and knowledge of God, and He has prepared the way.
Oh, Shai Halud. Since he's your maker.
Ibn Qirtaiba, the typhoon's struggle comes. Why were we created?
Kralizak, the war theme.
To survive Kralizek, the war at the end of the universe. Yahya Shuhada. Remember Nilotic al-Urobra. Bila Kaifa.
I think the thing that sucks is that, like, 2 of these trials are literally just Jabates and they're, like, broken. And it's like, I kind of wish that they actually did them, because these are really cool. These are, like, some of the best part of the game right now for me. It's like a lore dump, and it's like a vision quest type deal that you're going on. And I think it's awesome. But so it's like the fact that 2 of them are just broken and you can't do anything is like, whoop-de-doo. Oh, my eyes are blue again. From this space. that must flow. Footsteps of the Fremen? A final test? Find the cave? Unknown? What does that even mean, dude? Within the eastern shield wall in Siege Talab. I believe that's somewhere over here to the west. Crystal. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here because these guys are high level.
Someone's here.
Nope.
They're here.
Nope. Was never there. How the fuck do I get out of here? Like, actually. And I can climb out, but that's gonna take a hot second. Okay, so now if I see something that's too harvestable, did I not bring my dew harvesting plant? Am I blind? I must not have. I could have sworn I put one in the container and kept the other. That's not good. Because I'm on a limited timer here. Okay, the good news is... looks like we actually have a path out of here. Bad news is ornithopters crashed everywhere. Bro, please lead me out of here. Bro, please. Don't just make me go deeper in. I think I gotta climb out. And I don't think I can do it there. Yeah, to me, this is clearly supposed to be traversed with an ornithopter. I don't see how you're supposed to get out of here otherwise. You're so far down. Climbing out is, like, kind of rough at this point. Which is insane, because it does look like you should be able to there, but we are that far down. Okay, I see a path. Your dispenser and wire the wall should launch yourself a good ways up. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think activating the dispenser first matters. God, they gotta fix that. That will absolutely get people killed. And people will not be pleased with that. Okay. At least I'm on the higher ground. From here, I definitely should be able to get out. It's still a long way up. I actually don't see a outcropping to stand on. Fuck. Game! What was that? Dude! It just kept toggling it. It never fucking fired. This is exactly what I was worried was gonna happen. This may be worth just riding around a bit on this upper level, seeing if I can find a more appropriate path out. Yeah, actually, it looks like if I can travel along this, probably get out. I'm playing it super cautious. I kind of have to. I'm running with limited resources. And I'm in much higher level zones. There's our way. Oh, the temperature's right there on the right side of the bike. Okay, I don't know why I didn't see that before. Oh, it's actually much closer to base. Like right here. Oh, this is a town. Medical station.
Your sweat betrays you, off-worlder. Your body's shedding all the excess nutrients they pumped you full of. Smell like that, you'll never forget. I'm an off-worlder like yourself. And I have a task that needs doing, which requires some discretion.
Hey, there's the Sword Master tree. I've heard the knee punt ability is like stupidly good.
Welcome. But please don't touch anything. If you damage anything, you'll pay for it. Also, if it explodes, that can be an inconvenience.
There's nothing I actually want to sell to him.
You're not familiar to me. State your business. You may call me Zilla. That is all the designation you need. We do seek allies of means and ability and are prepared to trade a favour for a favour. Then that should save us time and cut through idle chatter.
I don't know why you have to talk
Commands
to the house
respect in
people.
The Imperium through our advancements in medical equipment. Our homeworld is harsh. The air quality is abysmal. We aspire to ride that edge while still operating within the commandments of the Orange Catholic Bible. Our tech speaks for itself. It is our
Like, I assume maybe later on I have to... like, deal with one of them? I don't know. Like maybe I have to, like, side with one of the houses. That is a cracked open base, and it makes me think that it's abandoned, which is, I will admit, like, it's not a good location for a base, other than its proximity to the station. There's definitely something to be said about building near civilization, but I don't think that's smart. I need to get on the other side of this in a hurry. Especially because I assume the heat index here is just nasty. I still can't get over that not taking any damage. Probably better to take the low route here. I don't have another beacon, so I can't reveal this area. Of course. I'm gonna get this thing stuck. I know I'm gonna get this thing stuck. Impressive. Why would you build your home right next to quicksand? I actually need to turn west now. Yeah, this is the... So it's over like here. Hey Kitsune, how's it going? How you doing? Am I gonna get worms? That's vain. Storms? Yeah, that's the eastern shield wall. It's like right there. Looks like it's really hot here because the temperature on the bike just does not go down very fast. Oh, yep. Supposed to be a cave here. There we are. I'm so paranoid right now. I just don't want to deal with like an enemy. I don't know how I would have found this without the like I literally had to pull open a guide.
We are the people of Misr. We have known flight and death. The young go on that our people shall not die. Where did our flight begin? We grew soft, Wali. So God brought us the weight of kindness to prepare for the typhoon. On our wanderings, we came to a planet devoid of gods, where war was constant and violence was religion. Have you learned its name, Wali? We remember the slave cribs where we were held, weeded out, persecuted.
Was it Rosa?
Do you remember too, Wali?
No, it was Bella.
The thread of the past was carried by word until we found the poison drug. One of the cursed planets was a blessing for our Sayadina. So many planets across so many centuries. Our people broke apart, split, reformed. Some planets we barely remember at all.
That was Third Rod.
A long journey, young Wali. But we are almost home. Just one last place of suffering, where our children were taken and made slaves. The time of Mihna has ended. Young Wali, pass within and seek your Ummah.
What the fuck is my Ummah? My Ummah oblongata. Most of those I remembered. Some of them I didn't. Was something following me? Oh, motherfucker.
The path of the Zensuni Exodus is rare and hidden knowledge. You are no Masquerade cultist. Who are you? What do you seek here? The trials of Akal. Knowledge of that name lends you credibility. But you seek the Fremen? You must know they're dead.
Yeah, they're not really dead. Nice.
That security door is encoded for Fremen biometrics. How did you bypass it? Perhaps we can help each other. I'm a scholar of Fremen social, cultural, and philosophical constructs, both past and present. They fascinate me. And I've studied the layout of this place. It's a death trap. Between the Masquerade trying to blow their way in and the structural damage left by the Sardaukar, the whole thing could come crashing down. And I have yours. The name's Ari. I serve no one. Let's say I'm something of a freebooting academic. And like you, my interests lie in discovering the true extent of the Fremen eradication. Or more to the point, discovering if that eradication even occurred. South, maybe. Arrakis is a big place. And while we like to think we're at the center of all things, in relative terms, the sphere of Imperial influence is rather small. They could be anywhere beyond the deep desert or the Tanzaruft, as it's known to the Ikhwan Bedouin.
The Emperor's a liar? Yes.
Not entirely. I'm sure the Sardaukar massacred them by the thousands. This siege bears evidence of that. But you're right. I don't believe the Imperial account. And I'm hoping the truth, or part of it, awaits us inside. If we survive.
Probably shouldn't waste much time in here, but that just looks like death down there.
It serves the Emperor to depict the Fremen as barbarous and savage, but look at their craft. I see the work of a socially and materially advanced people. A people with the innate practicality and good sense to worship a local and very available god. That's also, conveniently, an apex megapredator.
You say conveniently. I say they have a healthy respect for the thing that could probably at any time kill them. Oh, that's a ladder. That's probably where I have to go, but...
Did you encounter the Masquerade on your way here? They're some kind of cult. Worm worshippers based out of an abandoned power station far to the west. It's odd to see them this far east. But if they've found this place, they'll be coming. Down here, water discipline would finally be relaxed. Visitors could shed their dusty still suits and find refreshment.
I gotta wonder, like, how shit the rest of the universe is in Dune. That ever, like, the Fremen are just like, bro, we're staying here. Imagine if I didn't bring my cutter ray. Why are there so many paths down here? Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
The Fremen were known to keep large nests of scorpions in order to harvest their venom for blades. That's a door I don't want to open.
Yeah, I don't really want to either.
Strange to think these corridors once echoed with the hopes and dreams of a lost multitude. Mothers, fathers, and children beyond count. A silence this rock hasn't known in 10,000 years.
That is where I'm supposed to go, but now? Now I'm going back and I'm checking every fucking path. Because rewards.
Through here, I believe, and likely an armory. It's probably for the best that this way is impassable.
No, it's not. I want their armor. And their weapons. I do find it funny that I found the correct path just by hanging as far right as possible.
To booby trap the bodies of their fallen enemy.
I'm pretty sure the starter card never came down here.
Through there, and the air filtration systems beyond that. Many of these doors also led to exterior passages where the water keepers would have maintained external dew collectors and wind traps. An extensive and lossless pipe system would deliver the gathered water to various catch basins and cisterns throughout the siege. However, all water would eventually return to the main reservoir. We'll probably find that a lot of corridors and subchambers are collapsed and impassable. Some would have been brought down by the Sardaukar to deny key areas and resources to any survivors. Others would have been brought down by the Fremen themselves, to crush the invading assault force or channel them to a kill zone.
Our first goal on Arrakis is grassland provinces. We will start with these mutated poverty grasses. When we have moisture locked in grasslands, we'll move on to start upland forests, then a few open bodies of water, small at first, and situated along lines of prevailing winds with wind-trap moisture precipitators spaced in the lines to recapture what the wind steals. We must create a true sirocco, a moist wind, but we will never get away from the necessity for wind traps. This ecological transformation of Arrakis relies upon us controlling 3% of the energy surface. Only 3% to start a self-sustaining system. Learn this lesson well. Our transformation begins in the plantations of the south and proceeds in simple steps to begin. Bind the dunes using grass. Secondly, create deep plantings in the shelter of the downwind face. Finally, introduce burrowing animals to aerate the soil. You will be tested on how well you have learned to recognize the language of the ecological transformation. Remember your lessons, and the door to the future will open.
The problem is like even with the guide, it's like, how are you supposed to know what thing is what? Like this is apparently bind. I don't know how you would know that. Then dunes.
Very good.
And then grass.
To begin, bind the dunes using grass. Secondly, create deep plantings in the shelter of the downwind face. Finally, introduce burrowing animals to aerate the soil. You will be tested on how well you have learned to recognize the language of the ecological transformation. Remember your lessons, and the door to the future will open.
Okay, that's fine, but like, could you like give me the next lesson?
Brilliant work.
To begin, bind the dunes using grass. Secondly, create deep plantings in the shelter of the downwind face. Finally, introduce burrowing animals to aerate the soil. You will be tested on how well you have learned to recognize the language of the ecological transformation. Remember your lessons, and the door to the future will open.
Congratulations. You share the knowledge of a Fremen pre-adolescent.
Thank you. That makes me feel really good since I used a guide for that. Not looting that chest? Wait, what chest? Did I miss a chest? One of the first room with the mine. Didn't I loot it? Oh, that's not good. That's locked now.
Good work. This must be the way.
I don't like that. At least they're good for, what is it, like EMF reactors or whatever the heck they're called. I feel like this girl's gonna like betray us.
That's the Masquerade. I was hoping it would take them longer to arrive in force. We better hurry up and be done with our business here. This must be the Cavern of Council, the cultural and political heart of any Siege community. It's here that Siege dwellers would gather to hear a traveling crier regale the community with news from beyond. And up there, upon that great terrace extending over the room, is the reason we're here today. Still, the place all Fremen end up at death, so they may return their water to the tribe. That script upon the platform reads, "The water of the tribe shall reveal the path," and I believe the path in question is related to the secret that's brought us both here. And while you are clearly no Fremen, you were able to pass their biometric locks without tampering or delay. Whatever lies beyond here, I believe your blood is the key.
Okay. The palm? Yeah, I never understand why any of them do that shit.
Greetings, and Sabakukwa. If you are watching this, I am likely dead or captured. I came to Siege Talab in the same condition you find it now. Abandoned and despoiled. I must have triggered some kind of hidden alarm, because the Sardaukar were at my heels before long. They found me. I haven't long. So listen well. I was brought to this planet, like you and many others, with one overriding directive: find the Fremen. But when I finally came face to face with my quarry, I did not find the villains as described by the Communanet or the Emperor. Instead, I found a noble people being drawn into a conspiracy not of their making. A conspiracy extending from the very heart of the Imperium to the dark corridors of... I have to go. They don't know where I am right now. I leave for you, I wish there was more time. I have much to tell you, but your mere presence in this secret chamber indicates that the ones who sent us will not stop until they achieve their aims. I have hidden the details of my journey on a mimetic film locked within the safe on the wall. As with the security door and the death still, our blood is the key. And now, I lead the Sardaukar as far from here as I may. Ma salam.
So, I wonder if we're like part Fremen, or maybe we're all Fremen. Is it gonna be a like we was Fremens and shit?
Who are you really?
That's a good question.
This film is encrypted with a kind of protection I've only encountered in the restricted section at the Nemesine Library on Artesia. I believe that encryption was of Ixian origin. That's not good. We need an Ixian decoder to access whatever is on this, and I have access to the resources of a great house. Don't be concerned. I'll reach out when I have more information. If we Atreides are known for anything, it's our stiff-necked honor.
Okay.
Besides, as a mystery, you rank right up there with this film. Parting with people is a sadness. A place is only a place. Tricky Fremen. I believe more than half the technology in this room violates the first 11 Butlerian prescriptions. Probably more. Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a human mind. And while the Fremen are ingenious, this technology far exceeds their reach.
That's actually a good point. I didn't think about that. There's not supposed to be any sort of thinking machine in Dune, and it looks like the Fremen have some. So these predate a lot of like stuff going on in the galaxy. Okay, what ominous level bullshit is this? This is gonna be a tough fight.
It's the Masquerade. I'm going to try to draw them off. I'll make contact when I have the film decrypted.
Infidels! The lightning worm cannot be deceived! You would pay for your desecration in blood! After them! Do not let them escape!
Eyes on enemy.
Get them. Eyes on target.
I've got you covered. The water is mine.
I've got you covered. I got you.
Your water is mine. I've got your back.
Die. They're here. I've got your back.
The fuck is the point of a ladder if it's still gonna use your stamina to climb it?
I've got your back.
Who the fuck shot at me?
I've got you covered.
Let's get the bastard. Someone here. Someone here. I've got you covered.
I'm just... Bitch fell.
Target bound. To arms.
I've got your back. Let's get the bastard.
Are they just jumping to their death? I mean, like, I'm not gonna complain, but like... I appear to have found the,
To arms.
Enemy sighted.
Reveal. Enemy shot. Got them.
I don't know how long that poison lasts. Oh, it looks like it only ticks intermittently. Gonna wait it out and then heal myself.
Die. Let's get the bastard. I've got your back.
And trout leathers.
I've got your back.
I've got your back!
So it looks like I got them all. That was definitely a lot more enemies than I expected, and I'm actually glad I handled it the way that I did. In a straight fight, no way I beat them. Not a single chance. Making sure there aren't any here. Frem kit. Okay, so I'm on top of the world? I just gotta get back home without losing all my shit to Shai Halud. That should give me the Fremen Death Still, which should just make water a complete and utter joke. Damn, somebody's building a base over there. What the fuck? That's a huge base. Also, what was this? Basalt. Yeah! How does that even work, dude? How did I, out of all times, how did I land right side up there? Magic, clearly. Okay, the second, yep. I think I always just see biome heat increased. It never goes down, it's just always increased. There it is. No, dude. Okay, no. Never mind. That's not where I go up. I was gonna say, it's like, please tell me someone didn't build their house right at the fucking base here. It would just piss me the fuck off. That, honestly, this bike held together really well. Like, it's only just now becoming damaged on its treads, considering I just took this thing in a, like, round-the-world loop.
Are you there? I've been trying to reach you for a while. I haven't managed to find an Ixian decoder for the Mnemic film anywhere. And that is unusual, given the resources I have access to. It's as if they've been deliberately removed from the face of Arrakis. I'll keep looking, but I wanted to let you know. Keep your eyes open. Maybe one of the towns has a black market trader who kept one in stock. I'll be in contact.
So I'm gonna have to find it, and she's not gonna do anything. That's what I'm hearing. Steel ingot takes carbon ore and iron. But I can't get carbon with this. So that's interesting. One thing's for certain, though. It looks like I need a shit ton of iron for everything. There you go. 9 days. No tax due, because I paid it. Okay. Dune Man Scout helmet. Made of aluminium. Very much. Fire of the Sandman. Indeed. Oh, Shai Halud just made off with my shit. So we've deposited all the blood that we can. Skill-wise, looks like I can level up some. I also now know that Swordmaster exists, but I gotta go do a quest for him, which admittedly I probably should have done while I was out there, but I knew my water was eventually gonna drain out, and I also knew my inventory was getting full. Because I think... Yeah, I think it's this. Because one of the ones I was reading is like, hey, you could also get the Swordsmaster one done while you're here. And I was like, fuck, dude. Oh, I had aluminum ore. Interesting. Fill suit tubing. Tells me I'm going to be very happy that I picked most of this shit up. Nose pistol. Now all of a sudden I have 41 intel. Oh god, I'm already level 34. Holy shit. I leveled up a ton. Okay, so... Machine that collects water from the environment over time, reroutable between base production and storage structures. Or as a filter for operation... 90 steel ingots? That's not... Like, the amount of water I'd have to put in just to get that is, like, insane. Fremen Death Still. Need 60 steel ingots for that. Weapons and gear tempting, but unless I can get a slaver level still suit, probably not worth my expenditure yet. Dune man. Staking units. And extend your land claim. That I definitely want eventually. Pinch Shield said I do as well. Weapons fabricator. Garment fabricator. Survival. But, like, there's gotta be some better way. If the Mark III is capable of mining aluminum, it's definitely capable of mining steel, but see, that implies that, like, my current thing should be capable of mining carbon, but it's not. Thumper takes steel ingots too. Oh my god. That should not take a steel ingot, but sure. There's my scout ornithopter. So it's aluminum. So the buggy is definitely something I can get, and it's probably worth, but I gotta figure out how I can get carbon. Apparently the Cutaway Mark II can do it. Huh? Copper, granite, salvaged metal, iron. That's not carbon. Yeah, apparently that's the thing. God, that is so efficient. I fucking love it. I fucking love it. I'm completely full, and that is amazing. Alright, chat. I didn't realize how late it already was. It's 2 o'clock. Let's end it here. Let me see if anybody is on. I'm not seeing anybody. So I guess we just end it for today. Again, hope you guys had a good one. Thank you guys for watching. Tomorrow, I don't know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. I got a lot of stuff to do already because first day off. But like I said, I got stuff I got to prep. So meantime, for you guys, join the Discord so you guys know when I go live because I have no idea what time that will be. Or just, you know, turn notifications on Twitch or YouTube or whatever. I'll see you guys for the next one. Have a good night, and have a good weekend if I don't get to see you.